Issues today, but thank you all for joining us. We'll have to go without the sound effects today. When I try to play a video, I get a lot of interference and but basically it just messes up. Now, fortunately, the video that we'll be watching today is different. It's not part of my interface, so that should work. But as far as the sound effects and Ali Dawa saying this is as good as waging war against Allah and so forth, we won't have any of that today, which is a shame because I added a couple of new sound effects to the Dawa board, and you won't get to hear them. You'll have to wait till next time to hear those. So welcome back, Mary.
Hello, and I'll try to make up for the lack of fun by giving the dog a dentist stick. How about that? There you go, dude. Hey, look, what's that? Free? You can have it. Really? There we go. Oh, yeah, that. All right. So he's good now. Um, so, uh, yes, I was. You heard last week that we were planning on starting Mohammad in the cave this week, but I have been just slightly overwhelmed. I spent 5 hours driving people around yesterday to four different medical appointments, one of which was a procedure. So it involved all the recovery time and everything. So uh, I did not have time to do all of that, and I want to make it really fun and really good both. And so I didn't want to shortchange it. So instead, we're going to do another reaction video. This is going to be one, again, that I am reacting to that I haven't seen. Thaddeus told me the topic and a couple of the lines, but that is it. And I can't wait to see how incredibly bad it is because I know it's going to be extremely funny.
And just so you know, I also have not seen the video. I watched the first couple minutes to see if it would be a good one, and it was humorous at the start. So I have not seen the whole thing. So after we get a couple minutes in, you'll be seeing my genuine reactions as well. But before we get to our featured video, we do have a fun clip to start the day.
Why do people get married? The other purpose of marriage is that to have this garment, to have someone provide warmth to you and comfort, and think of it as clothes. And always I have this analogy. What do you do when you shop for clothes? What do you look for? Good quality. Yes. What? Make sure that it's something going to fit you.
You try it on to do that?
So, you do try on your wife before you buy her. Maybe, describing shopping for a spouse as this kind of like shopping for clothing is maybe not the best idea in the world, as the Muslim inadvertently points out with his joke there. Mary, what do you think about marriage? Is it kind of similar to shopping?
I would not consider it to be similar to shopping, but in an Islamic sense, you definitely would if you're the man, because after all, in Islamic law, the comparison is explicitly made between slavery, buying a slave, and buying a wife, and that these are related. Mahr marriage of Islam is, in fact, a very close cousin to slavery purchase because you do purchase rights to your wife's body. And, she's like a garment for you. You can treat her like an object. Yeah, pretty much. So there we go.
Hmm. Yeah, you don't get to hear the banger intro today. Sorry about that. Professor Yaffle says weird noise. And there was a little bit of interference with, I believe it was Mary's mic when we started, but
I,
that seems to have gone away. So we're
yeah, I
all
don't
good
think that
there.
that's actually interference. I think that that was the dog chomping very loudly on his dentist stick.
Well, there you go.
He's almost done with it because he polishes it off really fast. So it's very quiet now.
Then I did have some humorous comments from earlier, which I lost when I rebooted my computer to try to fix the technical issues. But people were wondering why we hadn't started and whatnot. And I said that I had abrogated the start time and that I had brought a better one. And then I think it was Carol said that it's not a better one. So then I posted the Quran verse. And indeed, in the Quran verse where Allah talks about abrogation, he says that he does not cause anyone to forget or abrogate a verse except that he brings one better or similar to it. So it doesn't actually have to be better. Allah isn't even confident enough to say that his new revelations are better than his old revelations. So I guess the new start time doesn't necessarily have to be better to be abrogated or forgot. So there you go. All right. Anything else you want to say, or should we dive right into this video?
Let's jump in.
All right, so there's a link to the video in the description if you want to check it out on their channel or comment on it. It's from a channel called the One Path Network. Maybe it should be the One Path to Hell Network. I don't know, but it is called the One Path Network. This is on a video called How Do We Know the Quran Was Sent from God? Part of a larger documentary, in quotes, documentary. They call it a documentary. I think you may think it's something else once we've seen it, but they call it a documentary on a convert's story and how he came to Islam. So this section is on the Quran. Let's start it off.
The moment I opened the Quran, even from the first page that I read, something inside me just said that this is the truth. You cannot deny that this is the truth. It was so convincing. It was as if Allah was speaking to me directly. And this is coming from a background of no religiosity at all. Like I considered myself an agnostic at the time. It's sent by Allah. It is sent by Allah. There's no other explanation.
All right, so that is the intro there before, or their own hook, right? Their own hook to the video, not my hook or my intro. That's their intro. They have this individual talking, giving his story. I think from the way he talks, he probably was raised in a secular Islamic background, that he wasn't really religious, but he was Muslim in name, perhaps. And then he read the Quran and he just knew. He just knew. He had that feeling inside where he knew it had to be from Allah. What do you think, Mary? Is it? Well, let's say for the sake of argument that he's telling the truth. Is that a reliable way to determine truth?
Well, it's very interesting because it's very similar to what the Mormons tell people to do. Do you feel a burning in your bosom when you read this? Does it sound, the question that they're actually trying to ask is, whenever everybody read the King James Bible, what they're trying to do is, oh, doesn't this sound kind of religious-y in the same way that the King James Bible does? And so, like, oh, clearly this must also be from God because it sounds kind of like the King James Bible. Now, of course, the false prophet Joseph Smith, he immediately, he came at a time whenever the language of the King James Bible was already obsolete. And so he would, whenever he tried to forge something like it, even though he made hilarious grammatical errors that showed that it was in fact made by a bumpkin, but even, setting that aside, he was trying to imitate a style that people only saw in a certain genre, the religious genre, and say, oh, well, clearly this truly must be from God if it is the same religious genre as we had before. It sounds the same. And that's kind of like the same thing that Mohammad was doing too. He's like, oh, this book, it is just like the other books that you guys have. It's in the same genre, it's the same style, it's the same type of thing as what comes from God. And clearly, you will know by this book itself, by its own words, that it must be from Allah. Just ask the Jews and Christians. Of course, no Jew or Christian has ever seen a religious text that actually looks in form like the Quran, because Muhammad himself, instead of imitating actual Christian sources, instead he shoved some Christiany and Jewish material into forms that were familiar to the pagan Arabs. So what he was trying to do is convince pagans, oh, this is truly divine because this is in an excellent divine style, and also it contains this religious-y language that you guys are already familiar with, that is Jewish and Christian. So the combination together, clearly you can tell that this must be from God himself, and this must be how God would communicate, because none of these people knew what the Bible was actually like. So actually, Joseph Smith did a much better job in imitating the style of God. And I think that Surah al-Fatiha, which is the first surah, it's actually among the most obvious that it is kind of this artificial fabrication from Bismillah, the actual word not being, kind of being this artificially uh, uh, like obscure or ancient form that wouldn't be the normal way that you would say in the name of Allah. If Allah were, one person, it's an artificially kind of hoity-toity type of form. And then saying, the praise to Allah, Lord of the Alameen. Now, that particular word there is stolen from Jewish phrase, olam, meaning ages. It's in the Old Testament, and it's in tons of Jewish materials, including daily prayers. A major part of the Jewish, their liturgical material had this phrases that are very similar to this. And Mohammed borrowed this phrase, and it's very obvious that the phrase is borrowed because he doesn't know what it means, because it sounds slightly similar to a word meaning like thinking or sentience or whatever. Instead of thinking that it meant Lord of the Ages, whenever Muhammad adopted this word into Arabic from slightly mishearing it, he just gave it the meaning of Lord of the sentient beings. And it's very obvious that this is the actual what he thinks that this word means. He thinks that this is an authentic religious word, and he thinks it means Lord of the beings, because there are various times when it's used and it can't be in any other sense, where it's talking about thinking creatures, humans and jinn, and it's actually glossed that way, humans and jinn, in various tafsir and other verses. So right away, it's fake. It's a show. It's a sham from someone who's not very well educated, because he mistakes a phrase that means Lord of the Ages for the meaning of Lord of the sentient beings, and so on. There's also the issue of adopting the word Rahman, which is, and Rahim, which are from the same root, but are from different languages, different Semitic languages, are the ultimate source of these two different words. But they are exactly the same word and had exactly the same meaning. It's just that people got kind of like, what is this Rahman that you keep talking about? We don't know who this Rahman is. And is it like Rahim? And so he has to make up this elaborate story connecting it to a primordial womb that grasps the hips of Allah at the beginning of time. So already, again, we know that it's fake. We also know it's fake because you have this rhythmical verses to begin with, and then suddenly at the end, you just get this kind of language dump. So you have, and the name of Allah, the merciful, in two different forms, right? At the beginning. And that's shoved at the beginning of everything. But whether or not that's the beginning, the rest are all short in the next sections. Praise be to Allah, the Lord of the sentient beings, the merciful, the master of the day of judgment. That is also another proof that this is stolen, and not stolen very well, because the word deen here in this particular usage to mean like the end of judgment, it came from a usage in northern Syriac Christian writings. They often wrote of deen as the day of judgment, the day of doom, the day of end times. But they had actually borrowed the word from Persian and had used that, it had acquired that meaning in their context. So this is, again, this borrowed thing from a very, very particular small group of people. It wasn't a universal thing. It certainly isn't native to Arabic that's being borrowed here to sound authentic, right? Thee do we worship, thee do we ask for help. Show us the straight path, and or the straight highway. And then all of a sudden here we get our big old dump. The path of those whom you have favored, not of those who have earned your anger, nor of those who go astray or who are led astray. Like, you have rhythmical, poetic, I'm going to be rhythmical, poetic, and then all of a sudden, a big phrase. And this is another very common aspect of the Quran that is extremely human, because it shows that Mohammad here reacts to circumstances by suddenly having another revelation. So, he had the first bits, and then he got annoyed at the Jews and Christians and threw that in. And this is the kind of pattern that we have that we have in the Quran over and over and over again. These borrowed things that are half remembered, that are garbled, that are strange. These stolen words to sound really, how there's going to be you've got this kid in your class who's not very bright and always tries to use big words and always does it badly. That is Muhammad. He is the most irritating person that you will ever meet, because he thinks that he's super smart, and he's trying to, he is looking at the thesaurus and trying to use words and trying to sound really, really smart, and then he's using them wrong. God wouldn't use words wrong. Muhammad does all the time. All the time Muhammad uses words wrong. And in the Quran, because it comes from Muhammad, the words are used wrong all the time. So either Allah doesn't know what words mean, or is magically redefining words that have established meanings, even though it only makes them look stupid, or else this is coming from a man. So I don't think that any halfway intelligent person encountering the Quran would go, oh, wow, it's wonderful, it's so beautiful, if they have any idea what any of the words mean.
That was a very long answer to my question of whether your feelings were a reliable measure of truth. I think you just dumped a lot of your response to what's coming up in the video all there, but I'm sure you'll have many more things to say. No worries there. And I mean, you said that no person who understood the meaning of the words would have this reaction, but we don't actually know if this guy knows the meaning of the words. He might have just heard it in Arabic and said, oh, that sounds so lovely. I knew all my life that the Quran was supposed to be lovely, but I didn't believe it. And then I heard it read and I knew it was lovely. I had this deep feeling. So a couple people have pointed out or asked said something along this lines from Nina. I thought he was a pastor. So this guy, to be clear, I should have made this clear from the start, but this guy at the start is not the alleged pastor. This is some individual telling his story, and then they're going to have other Muslims, scholars supposedly commenting on them, and that's where they're going to find the claim that the title has in it, that a Christian pastor allegedly said that the Quran must be from God after he heard it read. So stay tuned. That's coming up shortly. But Jack Ray says, hint, the pastor did not exist. Thanks a lot for the spoilers. Now everyone's just going to tune out of the video. Jack Ray did leave a super chat. So what's going to happen when I click on these is it's going to start playing the video. You'll see it's all messed up, and then I'll have to click off of it. Or I won't start playing it because the bot crashed, which is convenient because I didn't want it to be flamed anyway. So Jack Ray says we have liftoff, and then later he gave another one that said, Robot missed my first super chat. I want my points, 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 points. And then he said that the robot lies because it didn't give him his points. I don't know if it lies. I mean, lying requires intent, but like all robots, it doesn't always know everything. All right, got that restarted. And let's get the video back up here. Part 4, a miracle from God.
I was once in an interfaith dialogue in which the MC was a pastor, a minister in the church. A young boy, Hafiz, recited some verses of the Quran from memory. When the boy sat down, the MC got up and he said, we as Christians, when we hear the Quran being recited, know that this is not the word of man. This cannot be the word of man. And then he said, it sends shivers up my spine, or up our spine, when we hear the Quran being recited. And this is nothing new. On one
So
Shivers
here's
up
the
my
claim,
spine.
right? Here's the claim that the title of the video bears. A young boy, he was at an interfaith dialogue between Muslims and Christians, and a young boy, apparently a Hafiz, and memorizer of the entire Quran, although that's irrelevant, got up and he recited a couple verses. And then the pastor who was there, he got up and said, I'm a Christian, but I must acknowledge that this is from God. When I heard those words, shivers went down my spine. Now, why isn't he giving the testimony himself? I don't know. Maybe he didn't actually convert to Islam. Maybe this whole thing is made up. Or maybe, just maybe, he said what he actually says is this couldn't be the work of man. Maybe what he actually said is this is far too evil and demonic for a human being to have come up with. It must be the speech of demons. And who knows? Maybe
Shivers
that's
up
what
my
he said.
spine. That's so funny. I'm sorry. For a made up story, it's extra funny.
You don't think it's a real story, Mary? Come on.
Oh,
This
what?
happens all
A
the
Muslim
time at
lie?
interfaith dialogues.
A Muslim mention an interfaith dialogue without mentioning when or where or any particular one, saying a pastor without mentioning who or whom, in which circumstances. Like, goodness, no, of course this totally happened. But the funny thing is, the Quran itself says that its own, if you hear the ayahs, you should know for certain that it's true. Like, this is one of its own arguments for itself. The Quran's main arguments are, number one, that if you go to the Jews and Christians, they will absolutely back Muhammad up and say that he's a true prophet. Two, that the Quran itself confirms or proves true the Torah and the Injil. Now, number one, we know it's not true. You go to Jews and Christians and say, hey, does this Quran agree with what you believe? And they say, no, in fact, it does not. The second one is obviously also untrue, which is why Muslims today have to pretend that the Quran actually says that the Bible and the Torah are corrupt and you shouldn't follow them, whenever Allah explicitly says, why are they asking you for guidance when they have the Torah of the Jews who are next to Mohammed? So the Jews next to Mohammed had the Torah of Allah, period. And that the Jews and Christians stand upon nothing unless they stand upon the scriptures that they have, and that Allah has chosen not to make them one people, but instead wants them to compete in virtues. And then Allah will answer and tell them who the most virtuous are. And so, like, they make Allah into an idiot or a liar. Allah is either an impotent moron or he's just a liar, and he's telling people to follow something that's corrupt. So those are the two main arguments. And then the third argument is that Muhammad, specifically his name, his description, his physical description, especially the big purple mole on his back, his family, his tribal race, and his place of origin, Mecca, All of these things are described clearly in the Injil and the Torah with the Jews and with the Christians, and that we will, everybody was expecting him. They were just pretending they weren't. And everyone would know about him. They were just pretending they weren't. That's also a clear lie. And then the only other argument that you have for the and that because his what he's getting agrees with the Jews and Christians, the only way he could be getting it is through God, is part of the argument. And then the final argument, the only one that they have left, is that it is excellent in some way, that you can't produce one like it. In what way is it excellent? Well, it's supposed to be excellent in the miraculous nature of the revelation is a big part of it. But they ignore that part, and they pretend that it only means in poetry, poetic excellence, essentially, even though we're supposed to believe that Mohammad himself is absolutely not a poet. He's not a poet because poets are people possessed by demons. Yet this has unmatched poetic virtues simultaneously. Now, if it is so excellent in terms of its beauty or its incredibleness, then that ought to be something that human beings can recognize, or else it's a stupid statement. It means nothing. They might as well say, well, it's true because of Flubberlet, if it doesn't mean anything. So, among other things, we should have it in the most beautiful language, because the beauty of the Quran is a big portion of the appeal of it. Now, anytime you have a survey, there are like 1,500, actually several thousand, depending on how you divide them. There are thousands of languages in the world. I would argue that if Arabic consistently makes the top 10 ugliest languages in the world, then there's no way that you can argue that Arabic produces the most beautiful sounding statements in the world. That is not something that goes
miracle.
Together.
That Arabic by itself is very ugly, but when it's the Quran, it becomes beautiful. So that just makes it the more miraculous, Mary. Sorry.
But the excellence of Arabic itself is actually part of the argument. But the funny thing is that very consistently, Arabic makes the top shortlist for the ugliest sounding languages in the world. And I have here a list of ugliest languages with a source. And it makes an apology about how that people don't like languages that they're not very familiar with. So they're going to talk about why people think that various languages sound ugly. So if you can bring up my screen.
Yep.
So, it's like, what makes a language sound ugly to people? Affinity with mother tongue, cultural stereotypes, complexity of tones and phonetic sounds. And then there are the top 3 misunderstood tongues. People just think that these are ugly. First of all, Mandarin hits number 1. German, number 2. Guess what number 3 is? Arabic. Arabic, number 3. How does it sound to the foreign ear? It has an impenetrable and complicated written system, as described to many to be difficult to master. Others say that glottals and guttural consonants make the language sound like speaking it might be damaging or painful to pronounce in the throat. So they're this is a place that's talking about why you need to pay them for localization. So, and no, English does not make the list of ugliest languages. It doesn't, guys. So you can keep getting butt hurt, but consistently Arabic makes the ugliest list, and it only makes the prettiest list among folks who are Muslim. If you're Muslim, you claim that it's beautiful. Oh, it's a beautiful language. So if you have to be Muslim before you can think that the language is pretty, that's kind of interesting. And Nina, there are different dialects of German, but some dialects do not strike the ear in the most attractive way for most people who are not German speakers.
So this is so funny that German somehow came up in this, because I will have a short. I was when I was looking for a funny clip for the intro. I came across something too funny to use as just the intro, and that will be out as a short, probably Thursday.
Who ate the
Uh,
apple?
I yeah, even who ate the apple's not going to work properly. Anyway, I partially edited it today, and I'll finish it, but I won't have time to finish it tonight, so it'll probably be out Thursday. That short. You'll know why I find this funny when you see that clip. For no one else, that makes any sense, but for me, it's funny. Mark Fish said that sounds like suggestion. So the guy at the start saying, "The Quran must be from God. It is so beautiful. I have the feeling. I am trying to hypnotize you into believing the same." Anyway, that's how Mark Fish saw it. Andrew Martin says Mo is copying oral poetry of his time, which apparently was the literal speech of Allah, because the Quran is the literal speech of Allah, obviously. Ultimate truth is here, or should I say ultimate stupidity. He's demanding, like I might have considered allowing him to join, but not when he comes in and he starts demanding I give him the link right now. He doesn't know what we're talking about. And the last time he was on the show, he said, "Do you miss me?" Well, I did kind of miss you. And that's because the last time you were on, I gave you some criteria by which we could judge whether Islam was the truth or not, and asked if you would accept them. Because you claimed the proof of the Quran, and thus Islam, is certain mathematical patterns in the Quran. I challenge you, if I could find the same mathematical pattern in some other text, not authored by me, right? Some other text, would you accept it? And you ran away. You refused to answer the question, which to me says that you are afraid of your own criteria, and you disappeared for, I don't know, 4 months after that. So why in the world would I let you up just because you demand it? I especially don't let up people who just come in demanding to be let up. This isn't your show. This isn't your channels. And we also have Dr. Murky Brains in the chat who said, if you doubt the beauty of the Quran, create a surah like it. I asked him what the criteria are, and he says that I'm making up excuses. How in the world am I supposed to know the criteria to create a surah like it if there are no criteria? How is that an excuse?
And I
What
want
does
to
the
point out,
Quran, Mary, what does the Quran say about how to judge whether we've produced a surah like it?
it doesn't say because it's nonsense.
Well, it kind of does. It says to call on your
Oh yeah,
scholars and
that's right.
your witnesses
Your
to
witnesses, your
determine
own
whether you have met,
witnesses.
yes,
Right.
determine whether you have, besides Allah and the angels, right?
Yeah.
You can't
Yeah.
call on
That's
Allah or the angels, but you can call on
your
any
own.
other message, any other person you like to
So
say whether you've met it or not.
Dr. M here claims that it's an excuse. The fact that you can go on a bus with a bunch of Muslims and recite a fake surah, and Muslims will treat it as if it's really the Quran, and they cannot tell the difference. Again and again, people have done this, fooled tons of people and recorded it to make fun of them while they're reciting either uh, uh, something that has been taken from the Bible and changed around to sound like the Quran, or the science surah, right? That is totally anti-Islamic. It's like, oh, they don't understand classical Arabic. It doesn't say you have to understand classical Arabic, nor would it be particularly difficult. Sweetheart, there are so many stock phrases and so much idiocy. All you have to do is scramble and produce. You can easily produce something like it. It is a trivial and nonsensical task. The only reason, and the issue is that the standard there is saying that you produce your own scholars and see if they think that, yeah, tons of people have said that, yes, indeed, people can make stuff like it. No problem. Even at the time of even at the time, shortly after Islam, a guy wrote in the style of the Quran a number of verses, and that were in the same style, and they were not memorized by as many people, and so people said, "Oh, well then it's not like it if they're not memorized by as many people," and use that as an excuse. He's like, I haven't founded a religion. Why would they be recited by as many people? But yeah, it's a ridiculous thing. And to imagine that Allah is proving himself through something that is so easily imitated that it fools anyone who is not extremely studied, aka hasn't already memorized it and wouldn't already recognize it. If you have not memorized it, then you can be fooled. That's pretty much it. If you haven't memorized the whole thing, you can be fooled by these things, and people are fooled by these things. You can either manufacture something that just sounds the same and fool people who don't know the language very trivially, or you can manufacture something that has the same type of content and again fool people very trivially. Because Allah, his style is not, in fact, inimitable. It is not so profound and so great and so much better than anything else that it is a species apart. And that is a problem if that is how Allah is proving himself. If he can't do better than human beings, and yet this is the proof for him, then that's pretty pathetic. You would think that people would like fall to their knees if the real thing were played over a loudspeaker, but people would just go, oh, that's kind of nice if it's not. That's the kind of thing that you would need for it to be some sort of eternally, deeply profound thing, and it's just not the case. If I played the Gathas, if I played...
You just muted yourself mid-sentence.
Thaddeus?
Yes, you're back.
Oh, sorry. Whoops. Sorry about that. If I
So
played the
you said,
Gathas,
yeah, there you go.
yeah, if I played the Gathas, and I played the Rig Veda, and I played the Quran to 3 different groups of people, or to 3 times to the same group of people who didn't know any of the 3. And if I asked them which one is from God, I guarantee you that there would not be an overwhelming, oh, the Quran is from God. And the funny thing is, this is a very Zoroastrian / Hindu type of proof, by the way. It's the kind of things that they had been saying about their scriptures. It's a very pagan sort of standard.
So John Mark has met the challenge, I believe. He's obviously a fan of the channel because he used my favorite analogy. I can make a Sarah like it. I would not like them here or there. I would not like them anywhere. I do not like green eggs and ham. I do not like them, Sam, I am. And to me, this is as good, or probably much better, than anything in the Quran. So for a Muslim to tell me that this is not as good as the Quran, is not a surah like it, they're going to have some criteria that green eggs and ham does not meet that the Quran does. And you can't cheat by saying, well, it's not in Arabic or some other thing like that, or it was written in the 6th century, because that is in no way something that makes the Quran special. It's supposed to be the eternal word of God. It's supposed to be the most perfect text imaginable. Surely you can come up with some way which it is superior to green eggs and ham. And if you don't know green eggs and ham, a portion of it is on the screen for you. So I will wait for you. I will wait for that, Dr. Murky. And if you refuse to create or give me a specific way that it's superior to green eggs and ham, then it will be you who is giving excuses. I cannot produce a surah like it if there are no criteria for something to be a surah like it. In other words, if you set the criteria, I decide whether it's like it or not. And as a faithful Muslim, I believe nothing is like it. Therefore, anything you give, no matter what it is, will definitely not be like it. That isn't a criteria at all. Or even a challenge at all.
John Mark has another example. Stop, collaborate, and listen. ICE is back with a brand new invention. Oh my gosh, show how old we are.
I have to admit,
but that is something like
that's pretty good.
The kind of rhymes that Eminem does is far superior to anything in the Quran. The Quran is a second-rate production of Saj poetry. It's Saj poetry without the rhythmical quality that it normally has. So and Dr. Seuss is 50 times the author that Allah is. He he has more originality, more it's more innovative, it's more uh, revolutionary, linguistically speaking. Objectively speaking, what Dr. Seuss does in English is far superior to what Allah did in Arabic based upon what was pre existent. I mean, just look at the art style that Dr. Seuss produced as well at that same time. How incredibly different it was from anything existed, yet cohesive, coherent, wonderful storytelling. Just this beautiful yet incredibly inventive world, the worlds that he could make that was unlike anything that came before. And it was truly unlike anything that came before in a way that the Quran is not. The Quran is a very bad photocopy of various things pasted together. So, if you're going, which one, if that's divinity, then Dr. Seuss would be a better God than Allah. Complete sentences and
Indeed.
ending Dr. Seuss also has, and that is also true because Dr. Seuss does not get confused and forget where he is in the middle of a sentence and go off in a different direction the way Allah frequently does. Dr. Seuss does not forget who's talking, as Allah frequently does.
Indeed, indeed. So first, let's dispense with ultimate truth here. Oh, here's the one where he said, "Do you miss me?" Which I meant to call up when I first introduced these here. But he said that Mary is choking and now stuttering, and I'm going to play that clip anyway because it'll be extra funny.
Why stuttering?
Well, maybe not. You didn't get much of any
Didn't
sound.
play.
But it was supposed to be like, right? It's supposed to be stuttery, but it didn't really play it at all. Oh, well. Anyway, so Mary, are you stuttering? What? Why was stuttering, Mary? Are you scared of ultimate truth?
I think ultimate part here is having difficulties, honestly.
He says he has ultimate effects on you, Mary.
Oh, sweetheart, I want you to come up here and I want to continue our discussion about the 3 days in the grave and whether or not that is in the Bible. So please call in at the end of this. I am waiting for you.
All right, per Mary's request, ultimate truth, that you're still here when we get done reviewing this video. And it won't take that long. It's not that long of a video. When we get done reviewing it, if you're still here, you can call in and you can continue that discussion with Mary. I won't even make you talk about the mathematical miracles, which you are terrified of talking about with a mathematician, strangely enough. Let me take this as well. I'm going to assume this is a genuine question. I have no reason to doubt it. Electronic Hype says, can you answer why Muhammad was so devoted to something we believe was false? Would you devote your life to something you know is a lie? Genuine question from a Christian. So you're kind of creating a dilemma, but you're ignoring a number of possibilities. You're ignoring the possibility that Muhammad believed it, but it was still false. Or you're also ignoring that Muhammad gets a lot of benefit out of it. So what do you mean he was so devoted to it? He doesn't actually seem to have practiced a lot of the things that he preached. He gets in his divine revelation that you're limited to 4 wives, and then he takes more than 4. He tried to limit himself to 4 for a while, and he found that that was unpleasant, so he just got rid of that revelation. Oh, I'm sorry, Allah got rid of that revelation. Well, not really got rid of, just made him the only person exempt from it in world history. So what do you mean he's so devoted? But let's just say he was devoted. He still gets a ton of benefit out of being this false prophet, and you're ignoring the fact that he might actually believe it. Your thoughts, Mary?
Yeah, well, here's the thing. David Koresh, whose name, by the way, comes from, because he's combining David with Quraysh of Arabia, right? He's taking a name from Mohammad. Did David Koresh believe that he was a prophet? He probably did to a decent extent. He fooled himself. Did Joseph Smith think he was a prophet? Probably to a lesser extent, but a little bit, a little bit. He thought he was important. He thought he could do magic. You don't run around with a seer stone trying to find treasures and devoting your life to that if you can't trick yourself easily. So he might have actually believed some level of his genuineness. What about the Kool-Aid guy? What about the people who uh, were all wearing the same color of sneakers whenever the and lived in the house and killed themselves whenever a comet came close? Like all of these people deluded themselves. Now, Muhammad also behaved in exactly the way that you expect a cult leader who kind of believes himself at the beginning to behave. So, what does he do? At the beginning, he preaches piety, he preaches goodness, he preaches charity, he preaches being clean, preaches all of these things. Over time, as he gets more power, he becomes more and more evidently and transparently corrupt. He has sex with tons of women. He's already said that he's not supposed to have sex with. He breaks his oaths. He breaks treaties, and he says that Allah told him to break treaties. He goes and sends people out that he politically wants to die on extremely dangerous missions, having them lead the most dangerous missions until they're killed. He orders hits on people who disagree with him. He raids caravans in the holiest month that he said was holy. He said this month was holy. He said that this was, a sacrosanct time that no one should violate. And yet, what does he do? He tries to kill people in it repeatedly. So he behaves in every way the way anyone would expect a false prophet to behave. If you had a false prophet template, Muhammad checked all the boxes. He did everything that you would expect a fraud to do. And he also made incredible amounts of money. The reason that they cry, oh, Muhammad had nothing in his house when he died, it's because he gave it all away as he was dying. And because he declared that no one can inherit from him. So all the stuff that he had to be distributed to the poor. Jim Jones, that's correct. Jim Jones. Jim Jones absolutely believed himself to be a prophet for a good long time. He absolutely, sincerely believed himself to have prophetic revelation. And yet he is clearly a fraud. But Muhammad is more clearly a fraud than Jim Jones. Flat out. Jim Jones led a better life until he lost his mind than Muhammad ever did.
Indeed. I mean, almost everyone, there are probably some exceptions where people were just 100% charlatans, but nearly everyone who's ever claimed to be a prophet believed it at some level. Now, that doesn't mean that they're 100% genuine and they didn't intentionally add in extra revelations to benefit themselves, but they believed it at some level, by and large, right? And some people certainly believed it 100%, right? Not even every person who's claimed to be a prophet has gone around and carved out all kinds of special favors for themselves. Now, it happens a lot, but it doesn't happen every time. There are people who made quiet claims about being a prophet and had small group of devoted followers, which they didn't personally take advantage of. It happens. So just being devoted to something doesn't in any way make it true. I already became a Muslim and I just don't know it yet. That's very interesting. How does that work? How does that even make sense in your mind? How can one be a Muslim and not know it? Are you saying that Islam requires no thought, no conscience, no ability to perceive what the truth is? Well, you might be half right about that at least. If you do those things, then you won't be a Muslim. But that doesn't mean if you don't do them, you are a Muslim. Just thought I should clarify how logic works for you. All right, let me take one more comment, a super chat from early on.
Who ate the apple?
We would have got who ate the apple, but we get nothing because the thing's broken. The Ayatollah says the Quran must be from God. That's what I don't actually know what TFW stands for, but I get the gist here that basically when the Saudi money kicks in, that's when it must be from God. So sorry, I don't know that abbreviation, but got the gist of your comment, and thank you for some of that Saudi money to keep the stream going. All right, let's get back to the video. So we've heard about this pastor or minister, he couldn't decide which, who heard the Quran and said this must be from God. And now he says, when we stopped, he said, and this is nothing new. It's happened before. So now we're going to hear about when it happened before.
On occasion, the Prophet ﷺ goes to the Haram, to Mecca, and he begins to recite Surah Al-Najm out loud before everybody. وَالنَّجْمِ إِذَا هَوَى مَا ضَلَّ صَاحِبُكُمْ وَمَا غَوَى وَمَا يَنطِقُ عَنِ الْهَوَى. He continues on reciting this beautiful and very powerful in meaning surah until he reaches the last section of the surah. فَاسْجُدُوا لِلَّهِ وَاعْبُدُوا. The narration, it mentions that after the Prophet ﷺ recited this verse, all of the people in the Haram, the believers, with the Prophet ﷺ, with the mushrikeen that were opposed to him, they fell down in sujood before Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. They couldn't help it. They realized firsthand, they experienced it. It is the work of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala.
All right, so this is about as far as I watched the video, so I will have not seen the rest. I don't know what's coming up. We will soon have, maybe we'll be amazed, right? Maybe we'll all convert to Islam. I did not pre-watch the video, so I'm taking a huge risk here in that there's some miraculous proof from Allah that this is His word.
Yeah,
But this
that never
one,
happened.
yeah, this doesn't cut it for me. So
No.
supposedly there is a Islamic narration about people converting after hearing the Prophet Muhammad recite the Quran. Now, I've actually not heard this narration before, so I'm doubting that it's Sahih. But let's say it was Sahih. Would that be of any use whatsoever in determining whether Islam was true or not?
No, it would need to be something that would cause everyone to do it all the time or something, because it's so powerful. But here's the deal. Muhammad had all kinds of people. He could not even get his favorite uncle, who loved him and adored him, to convert to Islam. So Abu Talib was his favorite uncle, and probably the one who abused him when he was a kid as well, because relationships were massively messed up. But he was kind of raised by him from the age of 8 till he married, probably at the age of 21, as I've argued before, not at the age of 25, and was his most permanent father figure, for what that's worth, and was the one who protected him from other people. The primary one, actually, Abu Lahab also protected him. So Abu Talib and Abu Lahab both protected him, and Abu Talib was the one that Muhammad most desperately wanted to believe above anyone else, to believe that he's the prophet, follow my religion, etc., etc. And Abu Talib died an unbeliever. That is universal testimony of any of the ahadith with any kind of support behind them. Some of the Shia don't like that because he's the dad of Ali, who was basically fostered or raised up, not milk fostered, but raised by Muhammad from the time he was 5 to adulthood, because Abu Talib ran into some financial difficulties because of a drought, and Muhammad took on one of his sons, and his uncle took another one of the sons and raised each of them. But Abu Talib never believed him. You would think that if his Quran were so powerful that Abu Talib could believe it to be true, honestly in his heart, he would have followed him. But he didn't. So it is so significant that even Abu Talib did not believe him. So many people did not believe him until, miraculously, as soon as he started raiding caravans and the Quraysh who were with him began to get rich, and the other Arabs and the Ansar and all of those folks who were with him, they began to get rich, and other people began to get poor. Suddenly, tons of people believed him. So apparently, booty was much, much, much more persuasive than Quran, because Muhammad had been reciting Quran all this time to not get these people to follow him. Suddenly he pays them money and they go, look, this must be from Allah. So if your money is more powerful than your book that's supposed to be the proof, it's a pretty terrible proof. And again, remember that Nader al-Nadr was going around making surahs of his own all the time. And in fact, it's partly because he made a surah of his own that Muhammad was like, well, you can't make a lot of surahs like it. The Quran went from make one surah like it to make a bunch of them. And he's like, come on, man, seriously, this is ridiculous. You're just telling tales of the ancients. We know the people that you're sitting with. You're asking them questions. They're telling you things. And then suddenly it's coming out of your mouth. And what does the Quran say about this? Why, that man doesn't speak Arabic well, but this isn't in the pure Arabic language. So it's truly the wonderfulness of this that must be making this happen. And sorry, I will try not to touch my cable at all because I have a bad habit of twisting it around my fingers while I talk. So I'm going to try. I will get another.
Yes, Jack Ray wants to give you a donation so that you can buy a new headset. So appreciate that, Jack. I don't think that Mary needs the funds, but we will get that audio situation straightened out. And Big Mahmood is in the chat again today, talking about his crush of Hatun. And we will continue to criticize your culture. That is part of our culture, and you can't criticize us for it because you're not allowed to criticize someone's culture. So that is my statement to you. Now it's time to get on topic. But before we get on topic, Sentinel Apologetics is in the chat. He says, hope you guys are seeing the deep dive I'm doing systematically through the Quran, reading every verse from 1:1, currently at 7:150, which just off the top of my head probably means you're halfway through the Quran or so. I know it doesn't seem like it from the numbers, but based on how short they get at the end and how long they are at the start, I'd guess you're probably at least a third, maybe halfway through. So I have not seen that, but I do love Rob's work, so I'll be checking that out, and I encourage other people to do so as well. Rob, Mary and I are actually going to start a verse-by-verse commentary of the Quran in June to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the Quran being canonicized. So you'd be welcome to participate in that. Other guests will be invited as well, to be clear. I'm planning on opening it up to anyone who wants to come on and give some commentary on the Quran. And heck, maybe even we'll get some Muslims who will be able to give us some insight of the Quran. Sorry, that wasn't for me. I was like, what do you mean I'm using propaganda commentary? But that's for Rob, and I have no idea what that's about, so I can't comment on that. And as we saw, Protestant believer triggered who ate the apple. It kind of sort of worked, but not really. I also want to address this, which I forgot to at the beginning. Andrew Martin says part 4 at the start, just like the Quran. It's a miracle. To be clear, they took a longer video that had multiple parts and they divided it into individual videos. But this is the video I came across. How do we know the Quran was sent from God? So that's the part we're reviewing. And that's why it says part 4 at the start. Personally, I would think that you'd edit that out if you're clipping it down and not put part 4 in there. But, you know, whatever. To each their own. Ready for some more miraculous proof of the Quran, Mary? Or miraculous proof that your microphone is no longer working?
The Quran incapacitates creation from producing anything like it. You cannot imitate the Quran. You can't produce something like the Quran. And in fact, in 3 different places.
All right, I'm going to pause it there because I had to comment on that statement. The Quran incapacitates creation. That's a weird way of phrasing it.
I don't even know what that's supposed to mean, to be completely honest.
Well, he's saying that it's impossible, which I guess, I mean, that's kind of true because it doesn't give any criteria. So it's impossible to meet non-existent criteria. It has incapacitated us. And no, I haven't forgotten you're here, Ultimate Truth. I told you already, you can comment at the end.
In the Quran, Allah challenges creation to produce something like the Quran.
When they couldn't meet this challenge, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala made the challenge a bit more easier. فَأْتُوا بِعَشْرِ سُوَرٍ. then at least bring 10 chapters, like the chapters of the Quran al-Karim.
And given that they cannot produce even 10 surah of the Quran, he minimizes that challenge to even produce one surah of the Quran. And we know that one surah of the Quran is as short as just a few words.
The shortest.
Just a few words. I
I like
did
how
a
they
few
got
words.
it backwards. That's really
Yeah, I
funny.
was going to ask you, right? Because I mean, this is a standard Muslim claim that Allah made the challenge easier. What I see is I see someone in the, not knowing any of the alleged history behind it, but what I see is someone making three different claims, being less confident and more confident at different times, or, maybe just speaking imprecisely. But Muslims always claim that it was narrowed down because it couldn't be met. Is there any evidence of that whatsoever?
No, no, because Nader was actually running around doing things just like it, and he was actually laughing at them, saying that I can do it something even better. I can do something like it. I can do something even better. And so, like, and,
Indeed.
and the other people didn't disagree. That's the funny thing. The people didn't go, oh no, yours is not like Mohammed's at all. In fact, Al Nader, one of the reasons that he was on the kill list of Mohammed was because he was able to do that. And he convinced so many people that Mohammed was full of it on the basis that he was able to produce things that were very similar to it. And also, keep in mind that Mohammed was not the first prophet running around producing stuff like this. Ibn Abu Asalt, he came before Mohammed did. He came before Mohammed, according to the traditional narrative, he's like 20 years before, he's like 20 years older than Muhammad. Like the year that Muhammad was born, he was in the Ukaz market and realized the trueness of the one God and began proclaiming the one God since then. So it was at least from the time of Muhammad's birth onward, this guy was a prophet producing poetry that is extraordinarily similar, except better, to the early Quranic material. Why would it be that Allah would imitate a false prophet in the next town over in his early productions? And then later, because it actually isn't very practical to give all of these complicated legal rulings in this short poetic form, Allah just gave up and went to these long rambling paragraphs that threw rhymes at the end, which is just embarrassing. I mean, the Quran is the most embarrassing holy book that has ever existed because it's trying to maintain this air of linguistic excellence, even if it's going, what fraction should different people get if there are different numbers of sons and daughters, et cetera, which is not something that is really conducive to being put into short poetic lines.
As usual, Dr. Murky Brains comes with a total non sequitur. Why do you lie about Al Nader? Al Nader never even attempted to produce a surah like it. He simply told a story. He didn't say, I am making a surah like it. What he did is say, this poetry is crap. My own poetry is far better. I'm a better storyteller. I have better rhythm, better rhyme. I am the best. And this stuff is garbage. But he didn't say it's a surah like it, so it doesn't count as meeting the challenge. Amazing logic. Amazing.
And the funny thing is that the word surah actually means something like a thingamaduchi. It means something that is a manufactured thing, something that's created, an artificial thing, not just like a stone wouldn't be. If it's a whatchamacallit, that could be a stone, right? But it's a thingamabob, meaning like something that a human being created. And that's actually what that means. It was not really a pre-existing word at the time, but that's what the root word comes from, things that are made through artifice, constructed.
Una says, guys, let's not humor the Muslim trolls, but they are allowed to humor us, however, because we get great humor from them. And John says that the guy they're reacting to, you and I, Mary, that we're reacting to, is hilarious. His jokes are great. The Quran is the word of God part had me rolling on the floor. And yes, that was definitely pretty funny. This is definitely some good stand-up comedy that we're looking at today. Gordon says that he misspoke when he said that it incapacitates creation. What he actually meant is that the Quran constipates creation. What do you think, Mary? Does the Quran constipate creation?
I think that might indeed be true.
All right. Thank you, Jules, very much. He says, this is hilarious and fantastic work. I love your boldness in ministering to the lost. Appreciate that. Appreciate that a lot. Oh no, he did not write any poetry. He told a story in prose. Oh, that's just like half the Quran is prose. Oh my gosh, this totally invalidates the challenge, even though that is not something that you know, right? You don't know what form his claim was. He just said that he's better, that he can create better material than what the Quran has. You're making a false assumption that it's about poetry. The Quran, as you have acknowledged, gives no criteria over what a surah like it means, and you've decided that it means superior poetry, apparently, even though there was other individuals going around explicitly saying that they had better poetry than the Quran. So weird.
Yeah, Abu Ibn Asalt made fun of Muhammad because Muhammad didn't know what actually happened to Moses when the first time he told the story. So in the first story, because he didn't know what the word meant, because it was yom, borrowed from the Hebrew for sea, right? And the issue is that the standard word for ocean or sea used in Arabic at that time wasn't from that same root. It was from a different Semitic root. And so it was not a word in circulation. So they had this borrowed word that Muhammad didn't really know what it meant. And he just said that the mother, Moses' mother put the baby in this yom and then told her daughter to follow his tracks. And so Abu Ibn Asalt wrote a poem essentially making fun of Muhammad for claiming that Miriam, of course, Muhammad thought that this was Mary at first, mother of Jesus, is who he thought it was at first, and then later decided that her name was Kulthum. But that he was describing them following tracks, like footprints, like evidence of passage in land across a sea. So it is very evident that Ibn Abu Asalt thought that Muhammad was absolutely full of it and thought his poetry was stupid and did indeed write better poetry. We don't know what form Al-Nadir's stories took, but most likely he did tell them the story of Rustam and I forget the other figure. But most likely he told them in Saj poetry to show that he could do the same thing. That, oh, look, I can tell tales of the ancients like this too.
Indeed. Most likely they were poetic, but even if they were pure prose with no rhyme and no rhythm, that in no way invalidates they being superior to the Quran, because the Quran does not give any criteria whatsoever. Yusuf asks, so Allah challenges people to bring a surah like the Quran. My question, can you bark better than your dog? Mary, your dog is here on camera today. If you cannot bark better than your dog, I declare that your dog must be from Allah.
That sounds like the same level of argument, honestly. That is really the level of argument that's here.
And Bob Smith, I am putting you in timeout because you are just trying to distract. You're desperate to have people not talk about the Quran because you are embarrassed by what is found in it. All right, let's get some more information here. I have not seen this. This may be amazing.
This chapter is Surah Al-Kawthar. It consists of 3 verses. In it, there's around 10 words. The scholars, they say even in this short surah, there are 6 words out of the 10 that are not mentioned anywhere else in the Quran except in this surah.
Oh my gosh! Oh my gosh! I'm ready to convert! In a surah of 10 words, 6 of them aren't used anywhere else. Now, if all 10 were used somewhere else, he'd say, it's a miracle. All 10 are used somewhere else.
It's so completely random. And that means that the criteria is even more arbitrary. Because if you bring in a bunch of words from outside, that is unlike anything else in the Quran, then it's like this part of the Quran that has stuff in it that isn't in it like any other part of the Quran.
Yeah, I bet you could create 3 sentences of 10 words. I bet any speaker who knows basic Arabic and had a lexicon to look at what's in the Quran could easily create 3 sentences of 10 words that use 6 words not found in the Quran,
And
thus
it's
meeting the
also
criteria he just established.
most typically when suddenly you get a lot of hapoxes or hapoxes, that's what they're called in Greek, legomenon. Ugh. Anyway, basically, it's a word that appears only once in the body of a large text. Whenever that happens in the Quran, it's usually because that section can be identified as being taken from something outside the Quran. So there are a bunch of foreign words because it's paraphrasing or attempting to translate something, an identifiable piece of pre-existent literature. And this happens over and over and over again, where you're like, huh, this language here, it doesn't sound very Quranic. Why am I suddenly seeing all these other words? And you find out that he's copying something else. That's an intensely human phenomenon where, especially if you're a person of not a great deal of education and you don't have a large vocabulary on your own, that suddenly whenever you start citing other people and other material, that you suddenly start talking using words that you don't normally use.
Indeed, indeed. I don't, okay, like I said, I didn't watch this through, but I'm a little bit embarrassed that I brought something so stupid as an argument that 6 of the words are not found elsewhere in the Quran, so it must be miraculous. All right, let's get another argument.
It's just another example of the miraculous nature of the Quran al-Karim.
How do we know the Quran is divinely sent from God?
How do I know the Quran is divinely sent from God?
1 second. So, Mary, if you could talk for a little bit, I got to see, my wife needs something.
All right, go ahead. So I like these people like, oh, I was supposed to prepare something. It's super special. I've been told all my life how beautiful this is and how incredible this is and how there's nothing that's like it. Now, notice that none of these things are on any kind of objective criteria. We have objective criteria all the time in the Quran itself. I've mentioned many objective criteria. For example, one thing that is supposed to be, and the Quran just says that they will find the description of the often translated unlettered prophet in the book that is with them, right? In the scriptures that are with them, they're going to find his description. And in the Sirat literature and in the Ahadith, we have lots of very specific lists of exactly what is found in the Injil and the Torah of the time, which is exactly what we have now because we have literal existing manuscripts from that era. That according to Mohammed taught the people that they would find a description of his habits, of his appearance, including his mole. That's a very important point, that his seal, his mole on the back, is described in the Injil and in the Torah. His ancestry and his place of origin and his name are all supposed to be explicitly spelled out, that this would be an unlettered or uneducated, unstudied in the Torah prophet who would come. And oddly enough, this very clear, specific, testable statement is not what people go for. And instead, they run off for, it gives me funny feelings in my tummy.
All right, let's watch some more of the video. Again, lots of static and feedback from Mary. Let's watch the video.
In the early or mid 1990s, Australia was very lucky, or the Muslim community was very lucky and fortunate to have a visit by Professor Zaghlul al-Najjar. Subhanallah, I had the chance to transcribe one of his lectures, and I basically memorized the scientific miracles that he spoke of when Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَكَانَتْ وَرْدَةً كَالدِّهَانِ, and it was as if it was an oil-painted rose. You know, we didn't know what that meant decades ago, but now we know that when we look up into the sky, the night sky, we can see an oil-painted rose in the night sky, which Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala so beautifully described in the Quranic verses.
Oh my gosh, all of those images have artificial colors put on them. Those are not the colors that are there. I know this is terribly disappointing because, you know, you like to watch the beginning of your favorite sci-fi show where it shows a spaceship going by these gorgeous clouds, etc. They don't look like that. Those are artificial colors that are put on things so that they're easy for us to see particular differences. There's nothing that looks like that. Aside from which, it's just making stuff up, just completely making stuff up. But
yeah, that's pretty amazing, frankly. That and Mary's right. When you see those pictures, all that actually comes into the telescope is data, basically, right? And then a human being makes an artistic impression of what that data is telling them. Thus, the colors are an arbitrary choice. Now they represent something, right? They represent actual data. It's not just completely made up, but the color is arbitrary choice. And here she's saying that the Quran predicts the red color. Of course, the verse has nothing whatsoever to do with describing a nebula, which is what I think what the picture that was shown was. But if my soundboard was working here, I just hit Ali Dawa and he'd say the scientific miracles have been debunked. So we have 3 Muslims so far. Well, maybe 4. The criteria they've given for why there is nothing like the Quran are: it gives me a squishy feeling inside, an alleged pastor said so, it has a surah where it has some unique words in it, and now scientific miracles. Now, if the Quran actually had some sort of objective criteria, which you could define the way it was better than anything else, I think that everyone would be reaching the same conclusion. But what these people are demonstrating is what is well known in Muslim scholarly circles, not common Muslims, but Muslim scholarly circles, and that's that no one has any idea what surah like it actually is supposed to mean, because they all come up with different criteria. Some say it's about the amazing teachings, right? The great knowledge possessed by the Quran. Others say it's about literary beauty. And yes, I kid you not, there are actually scholars who support this lady's position and say it's about having advanced scientific knowledge in it, among other things. Mary, your thoughts? You're on mute.
I can't just hit, I turned off my mic, so I'm speaking through the other one so it won't be scratchy for you guys. And so I can't just hit the button. I got to hit something else now. So yeah, this is absolutely hilariously astonishing. And it is like, this is what their faith is resting on. Their faith is resting on, someone told me that this relates to this. Of course, in context, it doesn't. But has she ever read it in context? Has she ever thought that anything would have that? Like, had she ever read this in context to understand that they're just pulling things out and making up new understanding for them? So no, she hasn't. She hasn't read it. Why hasn't she read it? Because she's not encouraged to read it. She's encouraged to be fooled by extremely silly things. And this is the same as, oh, modern embryology completely supports the Quran. It's ridiculous. It really is.
And that particular one about there being a rose in the sky is not one that I have looked at before. Do you know what verse that they're referring to?
I am not even sure. I can look it up now. but I'm not even sure I'll be able to find that exact translation that they're giving, because it might be a new one to try and attempt to wrest this out of something. I suspect that it has nothing to do with the sky at all. Let me give it a try.
Yeah, it said something like rose red like oil. Oh, here we go. It is 55:37. And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose colored like oil. Now, wait a minute. A nebula is not the heaven being, even ignoring that space isn't really the heaven, but even ignoring that and allowing that poetic license, it's nothing about being split open. And then the next verse is, so which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Then on the day, none will be asked about his sin among men or jinn. So you only have to read 2 verses to know that this is talking about the day of judgment. This is a sign of the day of judgment that Allah rips the heavens asunder and you see a giant red colored, right? It's not a rose-shaped object. It's a red color that you see in the sky because there's a hole in it because Allah ripped it open. That's what the verse is saying. Now, I can't say that's false because it's about the day of judgment, which obviously hasn't happened, but I can certainly say it's not a scientific miracle since it's not about something that happened in the past.
Oh goodness. And also we have it actually in terms of red, like red hide, like red leather is very much more often the translation. Let's see what that actual word is, and becomes.
Yeah, you can check that real quick. But either way, it's clearly about.
It's because it's a very because it's another hapax. So Mohammad himself likely didn't particularly know what it meant as copying from something. But it's.
But either way, it's clearly about a color, right? It's telling you a specific color, and we're guessing it's a reddish color. But it's telling you a specific color, not the shape of an object. So then when you show a picture, because someone translated it as rose red color, so then you show a picture of a nebula that looks kind of like a rose and say it's a miracle.
And the issue is that I do not think, I really suspect here that this is not the word at all. Let me double check something here. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the flower.
Yeah, I mean, in fairness to the translator,
they're going to the Rose Nebula that's named because of its shape. And then going from red to rosy colored to the flower rose. Yeah.
Yeah, in fairness to the translator, they most likely were not trying to create a scientific miracle. They were probably just best describing what they thought the color that Muhammad was claiming that the heavens would show when Allah splits them open because it's the day of judgment would look like. But someone comes along and they're like, oh, I see the word rose. Rose. Therefore, scientific miracle. Yeah. Request to show it on screen. So let me do that. That means I got to stop sharing the video and share window instead. And let me just.
Oh, it is. Let me see. I think that it. Oh, it is. It is like our language, where we have the color and the flower named after the color named after the flower. So it is actually, honestly, the same word. Because I was wondering, I was suspecting that they were just jumping both, but they do have the double meaning that we have as well. So they do have warda as being a rose, like a literal rose flower, as well as. So it isn't as bad as it could be. But this is still saying that it is rose in the way that oil or leather is.
Yeah, it's describing a specific color that the sky will turn on the day of judgment. Just backing up a couple of verses since I was asked to put it on the screen. There will be sent upon you a flame of fire and smoke, and you will not defend yourself. So which of the favors of the Lord would you deny? And when the heaven is split open and becomes rose-colored like oil, which of the favors of your Lord would you deny? Then on the day, none will be asked about his sin among men or jinn. Is this a description of what outer space looks like when you get a high-powered telescope and you add human interpretation to the raw data that you get? Or is this describing the wrath of Allah on the day of judgment? I will let the audience be the judge of that.
Yeah, and the farther you back up, the funnier it gets because you know
I can do
first
that.
you can't go to if you go to 33, it starts out, "O tribe of jinn and men, you are not able to pass through if you're able to pass through heaven and earth, pass through them. You shall not pass through except with an authority." Then we have the first of the which of your Lord's favors will you deny? Well, actually, it starts even earlier than that. This is one that I mean, it's this whole section. It's all talking about what happens at the end times, and this also is the surah that has the face disappearing. Yep. One of my favorite things. The only thing that remains is the face of Allah, something that is incredibly embarrassing to the Salafis, which is awesome. To that, let's see.
Oh, look, everything upon it, the translator tells you it's the earth, which is probably correct, will perish. Has this occurred? Has everything on earth perished? Or is this not describing the present state of the world, like this scientific miracle claims that it is? All right, I think we've made our point. I suspect probably the majority or all of the surah is in fact about the day of judgment if you go and read it. But like I said, I had not encountered this.
It starts with like other things, descriptions of rewards and things like that, and it's excellent, et cetera, and then it starts out with the whole series about judgment. Uh-oh. Cat cam's on. Ah, there we go. It's off again. Good.
That was weird.
That wasn't me. Don't leave me, guys.
No, that was me. That was definitely me. All I did is reshare the video, though.
So it starts with this description of Jannah and its wonderfulness, and then so which of your favors of your Lord will you deny? In 13. Then about how he made mankind and the jinn, mankind out of clay and jinn out of smoke of fire. So which of the favors will you deny? And he is the Lord of the two easts, or the two sunrise, the two easts and the two wests. So which of your favors of your Lord will you deny? And that one's really funny because he's saying that the place of sunrise and sunset in the spring and the fall are like literally different places. So just a little amusing side point. He let forth the two seas that meet together, Bahrain, right? Between them, there's the barrier. So which of their
scientific miracle
you deny? Yeah, it's the barrier miracle. From both of them emerge pearl and coral, and this also shows that it's about the Persian Gulf, because that's where you get pearl and coral is the Persian Gulf. That was an ancient source of pearl and coral. Oh, which of your Lord's bounties will you deny, etc., etc. And then his two are the ships that run, on, and then it starts describing the end. All that dwells upon the earth will perish, and all that will remain the face of your Lord. And then from then on, for a long time, it talks about what happens in these last days. So, yeah, it's about what's happening at the end of time. It's not about anything that's happened yet. At the beginning, he begins with all the stuff that you can look around you and see, and thus should believe in Allah. And then it turns into, and this is what will happen to you. So why would you deny Allah?
Unrelated here, but Kakashi Hatake says, God would never judge you for disbelief. I'd like to know how he reached that conclusion.
It's his feelings.
I know it has nothing to do with
the Islamic method of feelings.
Well, I mean,
I know he's not a Muslim, but he's using the same method.
Indeed. So if you could explain to me how you reached that conclusion, then we can judge whether it is true or not. But if it's just what you think, well, that's not a very reliable source of truth, now is it? Especially since you said Also, the mind makes reality by placebo. So you're suggesting that the mind creates reality, which I guess is consistent with you thinking that you determine what God would do. I think it should be clear that you've made yourself your own God, though. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. Houston raises a good point here, which makes it very difficult to imitate the Quran. Any surah like it cannot have the name of two different females, because that would be unlike the Quran. Indeed, the entire, not just a surah, but the entire attempt at duplicating the Quran can't contain the name of two different females, because that would be unlike the Quran as well. All right, let's get our lady back up here. I believe she's about to give us another amazing scientific miracle, which she had the privilege of memorizing from some scholar and never bothered to look up and see whether it's true or not, based on the fact of her first example, which anyone with the slightest bit of literary cognitive ability would see is about the day of judgment.
Other verses, of course, was وَالْبَحْرِ الْمَسْجُورِ, and the ocean set on fire. And again, when the first people who heard these verses were addressed, they did not know that there were literally fires under the ocean, the magma oozing out of the Earth's crust, and of course the miracles of the embryo.
Oh, we'll get the miracle of the embryo in a minute. Ignore that. We got to do this one at a time. So, and the sea, again, I haven't looked up the context. And the sea will be set afire. Just from what she said already, sounds like some sort of judgment. Is supposedly miraculous description of literal fire, which is a very much not literal fire in any sense of the word, that is created by magma under the ocean surface.
This is part
Fire.
of the... Yeah, this is... No, that's not at all is what's being said. It's not saying there is magma under the ocean. It's saying, no, Allah will burn up the seas. Oh, there's magma under the ocean. I'm so smart.
The definition of fire, just so everyone's clear, because she said there's literally fire under the ocean. The definition of fire is when there is a process that takes place that converts an item, right, into a different form by means of consumption of oxygen. There, it cannot occur underneath water. It's literally impossible for there to be literal fire under the ocean. Well, I mean, I guess if there was a barrier in between the ocean and where the fire was. Just because magma is red and hot doesn't make it fire. There is no combustion taking place when magma comes out of the core of the earth and bubbles into the ocean.
I don't even know whether or not there would be any reduction reactions at all, like any kind of reactions, right? So what's happening whenever the magma hits the water is that the water flashes into steam, but it's still H2O. It's still connected. There's no free oxygen, right? So no. But again, the entire thing, what the Quran says is that at the end of the world, Allah will burn up the oceans. And she refuses to believe what Allah says and instead decides to believe what this other random guy says.
Yeah, so it's apparently Surah 52, verse 6. Notice how they're not putting any references on the screen. But I'll just start at verse 1. Oh, let me share this. Sorry. It's a little difficult because I'm sharing the video. So then I got to unshare the video and share the screen share. All right. By the mount and a book inscribed in parchment spread open and the frequented house and the ceiling raised high and the sea set on fire, indeed the punishment of your Lord will occur, or is there no preventer? On the day the heaven will sway with circular motion and the mountains will pass on, departing. Then woe that day to the deniers who are in the empty discourse amusing themselves. Again, about the day of judgment and it's a law, swearing by all these things, right? He swears by parchment spread open. He swears by the frequented house, which I suppose is the Kaaba. Swears by the ceiling raised high, even though the heavens are in no way a ceiling, and by the sea set on fire. These are the things he swears by. And after he swears by all those things, he says that the day of judgment will come. And I apparently didn't share my screen. I did, but I didn't add it to the scene. So there you go. All right.
So I'm going to run off for a second. Can you bring Ultimate Truth up just for a moment? Because I do want to finish that discussion about whether or not Paul made up the statement that the scripture said that Christ would be raised again in 3 days, because he's run away from that every time. And since he's waited for a whole hour, even though he knows when we actually open each time, he's trying to use that as a pretext for him to run away. So he needs to come up and discuss that with me, and that will be fun. Hey, I didn't tell you Freya. He heard my husband's voice. So I'm going to let the dog out, and I'll be back in a second if he will come up.
Someone earlier asked who let the dog out, and apparently it's Mary, and apparently the time is right now. Ironic that he waited a whole freaking hour as we're talking about the hour. Very good timing, I suppose. Let me take super chat from N.A. Odessa.
And Allah will bless you in a million ways. You find that.
And Allah will bless you in many, many ways. And you will have lots and lots of wealth. This is the example we gave to the children. And so on and so forth. N.A. Odessa. A monkey randomly typing on an Arabic keyboard will eventually write all Arabic works in existence, including the Quran. Wouldn't Muslims have to say there's a mystical force that prevents this? I mean, yes and no. Right. Given an infinite amount of time, everything would occur. But I mean, realistically, it's impossible for even a single sentence to be created from random letters in a realistic time frame. So I wouldn't use this as a challenge against the beauty of the Quran. But what I would say is something that David has said. These are just words arranged in a particular order. What is to prevent a human being from arranging words in the same order? Now, maybe a monkey won't do it because they don't understand what words mean. But what's to prevent a human being from arranging words in the same order as the Quran? And indeed, it's actually incredible. Just think about how stupid this challenge is, right? Because Muslims tell us that it means that you can't imitate it in any way. All I have to do to meet the challenge is take any surah of the Quran, change one word that isn't a rhyming word to another word that preserves the same meter, and voila, the challenge is met. It's not exactly difficult to create something like it, or as Allah says, something similar when he abrogates a verse. So Ultimate Daddy, as he's going by today, has come up. Mary, I'll just sit back.
Awesome. So Ultimate, last time you declared that Paul made up the claim, or made a false claim, that the scriptures said that the Christ would rise again on the third day. You said he made that up. And I showed you how the rabbis interpreted 3-day things and how they had read them together in a prophetic sense about the Messiah. And then you suddenly had connection problems and ran away. Now, I ask you again, did Paul invent or lie that the Messiah, that the Christ was to be raised again on the third day?
What's up, Thaddeus?
Hi.
We gotta say hi first.
Yeah,
we gotta say hi first.
Hello. Welcome back. I look forward to discussing mathematical miracles with you, but not today because Mary's challenge is more urgent.
We gotta make it easy. We gotta say hi, what's up, chill a little bit. How is your family? Thaddeus, you kind of.
How is your family, Mr. Ultimate Daddy? How's your ultimate son doing well?
When I saw you, I thought I'm like, oh, maybe. I mean, I thought like I was looking at a little son of Chuck Norris or something.
You made a request. You asked me to ask about your
No,
family. I
no,
want to know how your ultimate son's doing.
I am talking about your face. When I saw your face with the mustache and everything, Barb, and I'm like, is he trying to be, to be looking like a Chuck
You
Norris
said
or
we got
something?
to come up. You said we got to come up and make some chit chat and ask about each other's family. I'm asking you about your family, my man.
Great, brother. Everything is great.
Wow.
Yes.
All right, you ready to get down to
Alhamdulillah,
business?
Rabbil Alamin. So Mary is here inventing a thing. I never had a chat with Mary about third day resurrection. Never.
Okay,
I
so
don't
you're gonna lie
discuss
now.
this.
That's what you're gonna do. You got
I
embarrassed, now
don't
you're gonna
discuss.
lie.
Everybody knows
If
me.
he's not,
Listen to
if
me.
he's not going
Don't
to,
talk
if
over
he's
me.
not gonna stand
Easy.
behind what he says, I
Easy,
don't need to
Mary.
talk to him anymore.
Easy.
So,
Easy.
Ultimate, you said
Please.
that Paul
You're
lied
losing it
and then he
again.
made it
That
up.
was he's losing it.
So
I've never discussed those.
okay,
Listen to me.
let's we can all
Last
check
time I
the
was
tape,
here
right?
to talk about
We
the
can check the tape.
crucifixion. Who was on the cross? You was banging your head on the thing, saying that that was a special education. What the heck do you mean? I don't discuss those 3 days, 4 days. That's not me.
Yes,
Please,
you did. You said
bro.
that in
So
First
let
Corinthians,
me just
hang on.
ask you, right? People can check the log and see if that's something you said, but let me just ask you, is that a position that you would agree with? That Paul made
I don't
up
discuss those things. That's too lame, bro. I'm gonna show you that Jesus wasn't on the cross. That's the kind of stuff I discuss. I don't discuss the contradiction here, 3 days here, 4 days here.
No,
that's not a
what you
That's some
position
said.
lame
you
So
took.
we
stuff,
went
bro.
to, hang on, we went to First Corinthians.
I discussed with you. I never
We
went to
First
Corinthians.
Corinthians 15:3-8.
We went to
I
First
never read
Corinthians.
no First Corinthians,
Actually,
bro.
no, you
I don't
went
quote
to.
Corinthians.
You
I
went
quote
to.
the
Yes, we
four
did.
Gospels. I
And you
quote John,
said,
Mark, Luke, and John and Matthew.
would you
Get
mute
out of
him
here,
for
man.
me? Mute him for me.
I don't quote. I never quote those.
No.
I don't quote
Yeah, you
Paul.
did. Would you mute him? Thaddeus?
I quoted
Whatever,
you
right?
Matthew
Whatever.
27:17.
You don't
and
quote it. Whatever.
Thaddeus.
I will.
Can we talk about the Quran, please?
No, we are
Since we're
not.
talking,
You're going to finish the conversation with me. And either you are going to say that Paul is saying things that aren't true, or you're going to say, I would not make such a silly argument. So, in First Corinthians,
I don't know, something wrong with
15:3-8,
you, Mary.
in First
I don't
Corinthians
discuss those
3-8,
shit.
would you
I
mute
don't
him?
discuss that,
Would you
Mary.
mute him?
That
Or
was,
I'm
you
going
know
to
I
get
don't
Okay,
really
discuss
he
those.
doesn't
loud.
discuss it. He doesn't discuss it. All right. So anyone who
Okay.
wants to review the
So,
tape can see whether he discussed it in the past, but he has no
I never
interest.
do.
And just
I'm not
that's
talking
fine.
about 2 days,
People can
3 days.
review it.
all right.
People can
Can you
review
send
it.
him out?
Relax.
He doesn't want to talk
Relax.
about it with me, and I
Relax.
don't have anything else to talk to him about. So he can go
She's
back.
So
delirious. Yes.
before you go, Mr. Ultimate Daddy,
Yes.
my son,
Right.
Mr. Ultimate Daddy, I would like to know if you would like to set up a time to discuss whether or not there are mathematical proofs of the Quran's divine nature, because
Pick
that
a
is a
date.
topic.
Pick a date right now.
All right, I will. I will. So
go ahead.
How about Saturday? This coming Saturday?
Yes.
1 p.m.
What
Eastern
time?
time.
1 p.m.
1 p.m. is no. 1 p.m. is lunchtime. People no. That's the African way of eating. Everybody eating together. We
What time
eat
would
at
work for you?
around 1. It had to be after 3, not at 1.
All right.
Come on, man.
3 o'clock it is. 3 o'clock Eastern time on Saturday.
Yeah. But if
We
I'm free
discuss-
after before 1, you want me to come up?
Yeah,
If I'm
I'll
free
give you.
before 1.
Yeah, come up. Wait, what? Sorry, I didn't understand what
If
you said.
I'm free, if I'm free, then you want me to come up? I mean,
No,
usually I
it's
am
special.
occupied
It
on
is
I'm
a
that.
asking you.
special
I'm asking you.
thing just for you. It's
Right,
all
right,
going to
right.
be about the
You
miracles
asked
of the Quran.
you asked me to pick a date. I'm
Said 1.
suggesting a date.
You pick the
I
day.
suggested
You said 1. I
Saturday.
said 1. That's the time we eat.
And
Yeah,
he
and
said
then
3
you
is
said
fine.
3, and then I said,
Mary, I'm
okay,
not talking
3.
to you. Mary, don't lose it. I'm talking to Tadams. Calm
You're
down.
having problems
He
following
hates
even one
women,
person,
okay?
sweetie. It's okay.
It's
So
fine. It's
please,
fine.
I'm
It's
here
fine.
lying saying that we have a discussion about whatever Paul in 3 days. I don't do those things.
Forget about Paul. All we're trying to do
We
is set
have
up a time to discuss your
Usman
favorite
Farouk.
topic, which is mathematical miracles, mathematical proof of the Quran's divine origins. I suggested a date, Saturday, March 2nd. You said 1 p.m. doesn't
Put it
work
at
for you,
2.
so I'm asking
At
you if
2.
3 p.m. does.
Put it 2 o'clock. That's good. That's fine.
Okay, 2 o'clock. 2 o'clock, Saturday, March
Yes.
2nd. It will be the discussion of mathematical evidence
You and
for
me.
the
No, nobody on the stage.
No,
I don't
yep,
want to heckle.
correct. You and me.
No
I
hecklers on
can
the
handle
on
you.
the stage.
No one else.
No
No
hecklers on the
Mary.
stage.
No women. I'll probably have the cat cam on, but I don't think that the cat will offend
I
you.
said no hecklers, no human, because look at her. Already she's
I
heckling.
am not going to be
saying.
on here.
You're
I know that
talking.
you
I mean,
can't
look at
answer the
her. She's
question.
talking over me.
I know that you can't
See
answer
that?
the question.
Look at her. Look at
Hey,
her.
if I won,
Look at you. Look at
if
you.
I
It's
won,
my time to talk, Mary. I'm talking to
no, it's
Thaddeus.
not your time to talk. You've
Let
already
us
agreed
set
on
up
the time of the
something
day.
first.
So it is
I
now.
want to make
And
sure.
until you
Oh my
stop
God.
talking, I'm not going to stop.
You're
Because you
losing
came
it
up
soon after
here
you see me on the stage.
previously.
Why was you
Because you are
banging your
so
head on the
scared of
TV
me, you
saying,
cannot be silent
okay,
for a second. You came up here and declared that 1 Corinthians 15, 3 through 8 proved that Paul was false. He was false. Because what he said is, for what I received, I passed on to you as of first
I'll
importance.
be dreaming about me,
So
Mary.
this shows that, what is this? What is this?
I don't do that.
What I
I don't discuss that.
received,
All
I
right, all
passed
right.
on to you.
Ultimate Truth doesn't want to talk about it, Mary. He agreed to
I never
Saturday.
even discussed that. That it
Yeah,
was,
you
you
did,
know
and
me.
you ran away.
That it was,
Ultimate Truth is terrified of women, Mary. So if you could just be quiet for a minute
He's
so that his
also terrified of his own previous arguments that he will just deny, even though they're on here, because he is a lot like his prophet Mohammed. So whenever Mohammed said something particularly stupid and he got caught out on it, he later made up other things to try to cover it over, just as Ultimate Truth did. So Ultimate Truth argued that in no place does it say in the Old Testament, in the scriptures that were written at the time that this letter was written. He made a big point that this letter was written at a time in which the scriptures were the Old Testament. And that Christ died for our sins according to the scriptures has to refer to the Old Testament. That he was buried and that he was raised on the third day according to the scriptures has to be in the Old Testament. He made a big deal about that and how that could be true. And I immediately went to writings of the rabbis that showed how they viewed the death on being dead on for 3 days and risen again, and how that was read together with a bunch of other passages. Not only that, but Ultimate Truth apparently believes that that Jesus was a liar, because Jesus himself, and I could not get to this point because he ran away while I was in the middle of reading everything that the rabbi said because he was so embarrassed. Jesus himself said, and I will leave this to Ultimate to find, thus it is written that the Christ should suffer and on the third day rise from the dead, and that the repentance for the forgiveness of sin should be proclaimed in his name to all nations, beginning from Jerusalem. You are witnesses of these things. And behold, I am sending the promise of my Father upon you, but stay in the city until you are clothed with power from on high. So Christ himself says, thus it is written. And before that, he even talks about, these are my words that I spoke to you while I was still with you, that everything written about me, where? And the law of Moses and the prophets and the Psalms must be fulfilled. Thus it is written that the Christ should suffer and on the third day rise from the dead. So he's saying, oh, well, Jesus nothing was said about that in the Old Testament. Well, according to Jesus, indeed, that is what the Old Testament taught. But since Ultimate here knows so much better about the Bible than Jesus, he has decided to educate everyone on his own particular cult of Islam that accepts what it likes and rejects what it likes, just like Mohammed did.
All right. So with
all right.
all of
Can
that,
I say something?
well, I will let you have a time to say whatever you want, but I just want to confirm that Saturday, 2 p.m. Eastern time, it's currently 9:22 Eastern time, so we're on the same page. You and I will have a nice discussion on mathematics in the Quran and whether this can be used as evidence for the truth of Islam. We won't discuss Christianity. We won't discuss Paul. I won't have any other human beings there. It'll just be you and I, and we'll have a nice, friendly discussion. Are we agreed?
Of course. Saturday, 2 p.m.
All right. You may have a couple minutes to say whatever you'd
2
like before you go,
p.m.
and then we're going to continue with the stream.
Okay, I just want to clarify one thing. The last time I was here, I was debating you two, Adam Seeker, plus the African lady that jumped in. I destroyed you on the crucifixion. That was the last time I've been here. You can lie as much as you want, Mary. We were talking about the crucifixion. It was a debate that you had with. You was commenting on a debate between two guys, and I came in. Adam Seeker was here. You kept on muting me. You kicked me out because you couldn't handle it. I have proven to you that Jesus Christ was not on the cross. I never mentioned Paul. I don't quote Paul. I never talk about 2 days, 3 days. Those are my debate. I don't talk about 42 here, 22 here. I don't discuss those. Those are two things. Listen to me. I'm a college graduate. I don't read those little things to talk about that kind of crap. I don't read even Paul. I don't read Paul at all. I read the four Gospels. I never quoted Paul to anybody, unless somebody just trying to be sarcastic and telling me, oh, whatever. I might quote Paul to say, hey, Paul said you got to be a slave of Allah, slave of God. That's it. If you call us Abduls, he said, no, 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 we're not Abduls. I go to Paul, say, hey, Paul said, be slave. If you're not a slave of God, you are nothing. So that's it. So you got to be Abdul. I don't quote Paul. You can lie as much as you want. You remember exactly what happened. You was banging your head against your thing. Oh, this is special
Yes,
education.
you are special.
Yes.
You are a very special man. Just like just now, you declared that you couldn't possibly meet with anybody before 3, and then you're like, oh, but 2. This is like
What?
This is.
You said what?
Mary.
Said
Whether
what?
3 or 2, it's all good.
It's fine. But
It's all
listen,
good.
it's the
Here,
conception of
I will
Islam
see you
and in the way
Saturday,
of
here you
Islam.
are.
Mr. Ultimate Daddy, and we will see who is
Listen.
You
actually
know, Jesus
the
talks
ultimate.
about how he suffered,
Listen.
he died, and he rose again, and he's like, no, I'm
Listen.
part of that.
Mary.
Man, you'd rather not
Let's
Listen.
Christ. Now, in your King James,
Oh
you
my goodness!
removed
If you just throw him out, he's going to try to play portions of what he said before and not the actual
Okay.
reaction. Because what would happen very often is that miraculously he would suddenly have connection difficulties in a very predictable way. Every time we talk about certain, he would bring things up. So apparently he no longer brings up Paul because he got so humiliated whenever he insisted on going to this section and
It doesn't
declaring
matter,
Paul
Mary.
him
It
to be a
doesn't matter.
false
He agreed to have the stream
apostle.
Saturday. Let's move on. He agreed to have it. I look forward to seeing Ultimate Daddy, Ultimate Truth, Ultimate Fart, whatever you want to call him, on Saturday to discuss mathematics in the Quran. I'm very excited about that, actually. I've been dying to discuss this with a Muslim, and he's willing to do it. So that's all that matters.
Is he
All
going to
right.
tell you how uncommon some or how unusual something has to be before it's a miracle? Okay, all right, I'll behave.
I can handle. I know that you are much smarter than me in general, and you know much more than me.
I know. You're going to have
I
so
can
much fun
handle
with
the
this.
math
I know.
topic, okay,
I
Mary?
know. You will have so much fun, and I am jealous, but it will be fun.
All right, let's get back to this video. Saeed called in, but I'm not really that interested in talking to Saeed today. I would actually like to get through this video instead. So we heard about the sky being rose colored. We heard about what was that second one? I forgot now. It's so bad. Oh yes, the sea set on fire because there's magma in it. Even though it's not on fire, there's no combustion taking place. There's no burning. There's no spending of oxygen. I don't want to say burning because that's circular definition, but there's no spending of oxygen taking place. Thus, there's no fire. I'm a college graduate. Okay, but are you a medical doctor? Good question to ask. Good question. Got the stream or the video back?
How it is created. All of those verses confirmed that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is the one who sent down the Quran as a guidance for all of mankind.
It's also got some amazing...
And that's apparently the last of our scientific miracles. So she does go to the granddaddy of them all, embryology, as her last example. Hey, at least that one, the verse is about what she claims it's about. And that's
Yeah,
an
it is.
improvement over the first
Yes.
couple.
It is actually about the development of every child. However, what it says is that children are made from with blood clots, literally blood clots, and what is meant is retained menstrual fluid, because that's what ancient people thought, is that you would hold on to menstrual fluid and it would build up and make the substance of the baby. So the question was, what are babies made of? Clearly, babies happen because men and women have sex, right? But there isn't enough material in an ejaculation, because they thought it was like literally the whole of the ejaculation that made one baby. But even that much is not enough to make like a big baby. So where does it come from, and why does the baby grow over time, and how does that work? And so they went, oh, it must be, instead of having the menstrual fluid go out, it builds into the baby instead. And that is what the Greeks believed, and so that is what Mohammad believed, because he knew the excellent science of his day, which is that babies are made of retained menstrual fluid.
Yeah, and just to clarify, Morgie's right here that the guy who calls himself Ultimate Light is indeed a different person, not
Yes.
the same guy as Ultimate Truth, despite them both having ultimate in their name and having a similar argument style. They are, in fact, different people.
Yes, ultimate, our ultimate truth. I can't think of any other name than Ultimate Fart. Sorry, guys, I forgot I nicknamed him that, but it sticks
Christian
because
Prince.
of the hot air. But he's an American Muslim, very American, Black American, historically Black American, not like a recent African immigrant. And Ultimate Life is in fact African.
Sale of God says, how can you be so ignorant? Easy, just don't get any info about the reality of the Quran. Don't question it, don't criticize it, just don't think too much. I would add, it helps if you watch a bunch of propaganda videos, because then you at least have something to place your confidence in, some claims. And as long as you never investigate them, they sound really good. I mean, if the Quran really correctly described embryology, it still wouldn't be a miracle, but it would at least be something, right? It wouldn't be a miracle because all you actually need to do to correctly describe embryology is do autopsies on miscarried fetuses and such, which is why the works that Muhammad, let me clarify. Muhammad wasn't literally reading Galen, for example, and copying it word for word. But the ideas of Galen, the ideas of Aristotle that were floating around are what Muhammad had to judge from. He saw, here's a couple ideas of the way human beings were created. And they got their information from looking at, carefully examining miscarried fetuses. And thus they were partially correct because they made some good guesses, but they also disagreed with one another. And Muhammad ended up picking the wrong ones in many cases as to which was correct. All right, let's see our next argument for the Quran. I believe it's going to be something different than scientific miracles. Again, haven't watched this through, so we'll see.
I
Insights
suspect
to
it
the
will be.
ancient past. The Quran mentions that the people of Abraham worshipped the sun, the moon, and a third celestial object. Recent archaeological discoveries have shown that the people of this region did indeed worship an astral triad of the sun, the moon, and Venus. Now, this knowledge was lost for thousands of years. It was only discovered recently in the 20th century. Chapter 10 of the Quran.
That's amazing. So the entire story, for those who don't know, the entire story of of Abraham supposedly worshiping a sun, moon, star, etc., that actually is following what the people of the region worship like at the time of Muhammad, the pagans. So Abd Shams is the name of one of the tribes. They were named essentially after Alat. That would have been the title of Alat, that her name was Sun. Guess who Moon would have been? It would have been our buddy Wad / Allah. Venus is Al-Uzza. this was at the same time as Muhammad. This is not lost knowledge. Muhammad is trying to say that his Allah is not in fact the moon. No, he's totally different than the Allah who is the moon god that you've been talking about all this time. No, he's the God of Abraham. It's not the moon that's worshipped whenever you say Allah or a god of the moon. It is something different. It wasn't lost, for heaven's sakes. There were people, his own tribe was worshiping the moon and the sun and the star. And yes, that was very ancient. And it was continuous from well before the time of Abraham. And that's also what the people of Yemen worshipped, were a sun figure who was the female and a moon figure who was male. Mainly the moon figure who was male, often with either a sun or a Venus. More often, it was just the moon and Venus in southern Arabia was most common. But Abd Shams, that means slave of the sun. That means they were worshiping the sun goddess, for heaven's sake. And these thousands of years, it was lost knowledge. No, it wasn't. His brother so-and-so, so-and-so's brother so-and-so went and sacrificed to her the other day. Nothing ancient about it at all. And
of course, Venus isn't even a star. I mean, if you're gonna be technical here, Venus isn't even a star, so it doesn't even get that right.
Well, it is a star in the language of the time. And
well, yeah, because they didn't actually know what a star was.
Right.
If star just means bright object in the sky, then sure, it's a star. But in reality, it's a completely different type of object, and Allah shows no awareness for that. So Condescending Islam said, what is the joke? Why are you guys laughing? Well, there was no joke. I mean, there was no actual attempt at a joke. We're not laughing at his joke. We're laughing at him for his ridiculous claim. And so it's only funny when you know the truth of what is being said.
So Ultimate Crybaby is now declaring that since he could not say more, he's not going to show up on Saturday because he's scared. His feelings are hurt because he is not the center of our universe.
Well, I thought we were done, right? I gave him a couple minutes to say what he wanted, and then you started to talk about what he said before again, after he had already spoken his piece. And then he tried to respond to that. And I didn't want to have that discussion. I didn't want to have, and I cut Mary off as well, right? I didn't let her talk about it either. It's not like I let Mary go on about it. I just didn't want to have that discussion because it's not relevant to this stream. And I frankly, I don't care. If he wants to say that he didn't say those things, then anyone who wants to check to see whether Mary is mistaken or he's mistaken can go and look at the video. That's all that needs to be said about it. I want to have that discussion Saturday. I won't mute him. I have no reason to, right? I know how to handle him. I'm pretty laid back.
Oh, yeah.
And I do not, or I have a Y chromosome, so he won't take the same kind of offense when I'm talking. Simple.
Yes, he actually lets you speak. He tries to talk over me frantically. So
and
you are not
just to show how generous I am. Just to show how generous I am.
Well,
he's not going to show
I just
up
want
on
you to listen to
Saturday.
me for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. I don't need much. You got to respect me. You got to freaking respect me. You can decide to mute me any freaking time you want. And you say, hey, no, next time I'm going to mute you. Fuck you. You got to respect me. You think you can just mute me any fucking time you want?
Yep, I can mute you any fucking time I want. Because your 10 seconds were passed. You said you only need 10 seconds. I can mute you. But the reason I removed you from the chat is because the conversation was done. And I guess I won't bother scheduling that stream Saturday because apparently it's not going to happen.
Yeah, he was never going to keep it. We can't do 1 o'clock because 1 o'clock. Oh, if you only knew. It's cultural.
It has to be at least 3. It has to be at least
3. And he's like, I wanted it 2. Come on. Oh, Zayed Ali, come up here and you can come and threaten me.
You will be threatened by us. Well, you just threaten us instead of saying you will threaten us.
Go ahead. Knock yourself out.
I would love to hear your threats, Zayed Ali. I'm going to put the link in the chat right now. You can come up and you can give all your threats. Just
Sorry,
keep in mind.
I just died laughing at his entire. Oh, I take enormous offense to 1 p.m. because don't you know that is our time, our sacred time of lunch? It must be 3. I wanted it 2. I'm sorry, I was losing it over that.
All I did is propose a time.
I know.
All
Well,
I did is propose a time. If that was a bad time, then say that's a bad time. I didn't even need a reason. All I had to say is no, I don't want to do that time. Can you do 2? And I would have said sure.
There's a certain phrase called a certain measuring contest, and I believe that he believes that he is engaged in this at all times. That he is in fact constantly needing to pull out his manhood and wave it at people and declare that his is bigger than everyone else's, even if he says extremely silly things like, "Oh, how dare you propose to 1 p.m. Oh, it is an insult, a terrible insult. It must be 3. I wanted it 2.
At
3
least
at the
3.
earliest. 3 at the earliest. Oh, I wanted it 2. Yes, he's in the U.S. He would punch me in the face if he got it. Okay, come up.
Indeed,
You were given the link, Zayed Ali. I
Indeed,
didn't
I did,
start
Chris.
anything. And you could claim this guy if you want. He cuts
Oh,
portions
you
out of the
started it.
Quran to make it the right length.
Hey, Zayed Ali, why don't you come up? You can threaten me however you want. You asked my address, or you asked where I lived. Tell you what, you come up, you have a discussion with us to our satisfaction, right? You answer our questions
He already
to our
ran away.
satisfaction.
Goodbye,
then,
he says. And he's left. He's like, I threaten you. Goodbye.
I was going to say, after we finish the discussion, I will privately give you my real address. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not going to just blast my address out live on the air, but I would be happy to give you my address under the condition that you come and have a conversation with us and answer our questions to our satisfaction first.
I really need my dog not to eat more people. So.
And just to be clear,
really bad.
just to be clear, I wasn't frustrated. I was just echoing his language, right? Because it was kind of a way of mocking him, right?
Yeah.
He's getting really angry and like raising his voice and cursing at me. So then I just repeat his language back to him. And I'm sorry.
I'm not gonna be scared of you. You're like 12, Zayed Ali. You're like a 12-year-old, sweetie. We're not scared.
I'm so scared. I'm so scared that I offered to give you my home address.
I thought you left. He's like, goodbye. I threaten you. Goodbye. You are scared of me. And then he's like, you will not sleep well tonight because I threaten you. I'm like, okay. You know, I actually visit New York City where Goofball lives. So, like.
Speaking of goofballs, sorry to first of all, I don't know why you said Thais wears dresses. I'm not sure of the context there, but speaking of goofballs, I was on your brother in Christ's channel a couple days ago, and our good buddy Lorenzo made an appearance in the comments section after the video was over, saying how he was going, by Allah's will, he was going to meet David Wood and I in Florida. I said, that's amazing because I'm not going to Florida. great will of Allah there. But I said, I am sad that you stopped calling in. Could you please call into my show again soon? I would really like some humor. And then he put like 5 consecutive unhinged rants, which I didn't really read. And so I replied, I don't have time to read all of your unhinged rants. Please call in. So Lorenzo apparently is still alive and still as in need of professional medical help as ever.
And you know what? I do have to apologize. I completely mixed up Ultimate Fart with Lorenzo just now. And it was Ultimate Fart that I'd had that conversation with. So he is actually telling the truth there. He's so incoherent and so dishonest that I thought he was lying. But he was actually telling the truth. We had not had that. I had not had that conversation with him. It was with Lorenzo. And so Lorenzo, he keeps having problems with his stuff. So he is completely correct there. That was not him.
Okay. See?
So there we go.
All we had to do is accept.
I
said anyone can go and check the tape and see one way or another.
It
right?
was,
I
was
didn't know. I didn't remember. I remembered having a conversation with some nutcase.
Yes, someone.
I didn't remember the precise details.
They both stopped talking to me at the same time, and so like I forgot and I confused the two of them, and they both stopped because every time Lorenzo came up, or excuse me, every time Lorenzo came up, I wanted to talk to that about him. Every time he came up, apologies, I wanted to talk to him about how unlikely does something have to be a miracle, and he wouldn't answer that either. So I apologize. It's two different people, and that's why I was talking about New York City, where he is. Ultimate Truth is not in New York City. It's Lorenzo who is in New York City.
Oh, so there you go.
And they don't even sound anything alike, so I don't even know why I was confusing the two.
And
maybe
get this,
maybe
right?
Ultimate.
So Zayd Ali said he was going to scare us, or he said he was going to threaten us. He said that we should be afraid. And then when I did the very scary thing of asking him to talk to me, he said, "I'm just joking. Do not be afraid. Do not scary. I was joking." That's how scary having a conversation about Islam is, right? That he takes back his threats.
Zayd says Islam wins. Yes, I confused two people, so Islam wins. But huge apologies on that. It is a different question.
Unfortunately, Ultimate
He's already
Truth is too
gone,
busy
so he will
being
never hear it.
angry. He'll never hear it. It'll probably be another 4 months before he comes back.
They both like massively talk over me and yell at me, and they behave the same way so similarly that I do.
They both are scared of women.
So
they're both scared of women. That's all there is to it. And Big Mahmood keeps spamming about how he's so happy about people being attacked in the name of Islam.
Well, of course, he was before talking about how he wanted to give away his tiny daughter for a man to have sex with her.
I know. He just wants attention,
society.
Right? So when his pedophilia didn't get attention, now he's switched over to his murder lust. And he's still not, well, I guess he technically got some attention, but that's all the attention he's getting. Let's give the attention back to where it doesn't deserve, the Quran.
Quran makes the claim that the Pharaoh of Moses was drowned in the sea, and that his body will be preserved as a sign for future generations. Historically, Egyptian priests hid the body of Ramesses II, who was the Pharaoh of Moses, in a secret location until it was rediscovered in the year 1881 CE. Today, the mummy is on display in the Cairo Museum. So, how is it possible that the author of the Quran had access to such knowledge?
Now that's amazing. So I apologize. I tried to interrupt him because I was so anxious to respond to him. So apparently the new category that we are is unlikely knowledge about history, which could not possibly be miraculous by definition. Knowing something in history can't be miraculous, assuming it actually happened. You don't need God to tell you. You just need good knowledge of the past. However, so the first one was about the religion of Abraham, or the religion of the people at the time of Abraham, allegedly. Mm-hmm. Now we got this claim, and I like the Quran translation they went to there that says your corpse will be preserved, because that's not what the Quran says at all. That's not a correct translation. It says we will preserve you in body, which probably means keep you alive. And it says nothing about future generations discovering this.
Well, no, it doesn't even say preserve. It says today we will deliver you with your body. We will deliver you with your body so that you may be assigned to those after you. We will deliver. In which case do you deliver someone, but they're dead? And that's the reason that a lot of times they don't want to translate this correctly. They want to go, we preserve your body. But no, that's not what it says. We will save you in your body or with your body. We will save you, or we will deliver you in or with your body. In what circumstances can that be dead?
Yeah, I mean, it's really wordly weirded. You know, we're talking about, our first argument was about the beauty of the Quran and how its poetry is so wonderful. And now we're talking about a verse that is actually very hard to understand what the heck it's supposed to mean, because it's really awkwardly worded. It uses a weird phrase, right? Who the heck says, as a sign, your army will be destroyed, but you, Pharaoh, will be preserved in body, or saved in body, or delivered in body? Why don't you say you won't die? Maybe you needed to adjust the wording to make the rhyme work. I don't know. But because it's so weirdly worded, Muslim scholars have had a hard time figuring out what Allah in his perfectly clear word meant. Now, modern Muslims have figured it out, because someone came up with the argument, oh, this is about the Pharaoh's body being mummified. No one knew about mummification. When in fact, it was common knowledge from all of human history, basically, that the Egyptians used to mummify their pharaohs. Everyone knew this. People in medieval Europe in the Dark Ages, where they knew barely anything about world history, knew this fact. There was even a black market for the trade of stolen mummies as some kind of medicinal practice. Everyone knew this. It's not some kind of special knowledge, if that's what the Quran is saying. Anything you want to add?
No, I need, can you actually get, do you have a Quran handy to tear a page out of? Wait, I need to go get one. Give me 1 second, okay? I need to get a Quran. Because Mohammad really wants me to tear up his Quran, and so I will do it for him. Congrats, it's the first time I'm doing it on stream. I'll be right back.
Super chat from...
I can't answer this question in a 20-minute interview, nor is it live.
Y'all Safradi cannot answer your question, Jujubee, which is true because you didn't ask one. But thank you very much for that donation. So you RB earlier said let the Quran walk. What? Yes, let the Quran walk on the cat, Thaddeus. That's clearly what the sentence says. Let the cat walk on the Quran when the cat first showed up. And I don't think that we'll be doing that today, but Big Mahmood has talked about us, encouraged us to destroy a Quran so that he can incur Allah's judgment. So that's what we will do, since he asked so nicely. Someone sounds triggered. Inshallah, your daughters will serve the future caliphate of the West. He has given a prophecy that all my daughters, well, technically Mary's daughters, I guess, will serve the caliphate in the West. Much like the prophecies of Muhammad, this will not come true, and no one will care. They will just go on believing whatever they want to believe, because they do not care. I don't know what David Wood's style is in reference to, probably destroying the Quran, but yeah, David's a big influence on us, and no shame in that. Hopefully I bring some of my own uniqueness to the stream, but I do love and adore David. So while we're still waiting for Mary, let me take these comments from early on in the stream. Una said, in my opinion, the Quran is a boring read. Yes. Disorganized, mess, really hard to figure out what's going on. Subjects just randomly change, at least once you get what the translator has added to the text. So either it's not saying what it's supposed to be saying, or Allah just randomly changes the subject from verse to verse. Things Muslims talk about, they talk about Bible verses out of context. And on one hand, you know, that's really bad exegesis. On the other hand, it's exactly what you can do with the Quran, pretty much. You can just go to any random verse and read it, and you're probably not going to be missing any context because it doesn't have any. All right, let's highlight Mary.
Hello. I'm trying to find a particular verse. 65:4. There we go. Let's go over here. Go. It's 28, 34, 41, 63, 64, 65. Surah of Divorce. Here we go. Now, so that everyone knows for sure, this is in fact authentic Quran about divorcing prepubescent women. What's that? Oh. Pervert. Perv. He is a perv. Allah is a perv. And since Allah is a perv, we will take this and do with it what should have happened to it a very, 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 very long time ago. during the life of Muhammad. And the only reason that Muhammad succeeded is because he killed a lot of people, nearly starved his own family out. After they decided not to kill him, he did not return the favor. He tried to starve them all out and would have if they had not, in fact, what? Surrendered to him. He would have killed them all. Now, I am taking these little pieces and I'm going to put them inside my cup so that you know I will be drinking this for the rest of the stream. So I will sit here and drink Quran nicely for the whole rest of the stream. We've got 2 for 1. So here's my cup. Look what's inside it. Oh, look, there's Quran inside of it. So.
All right.
That will be the rest of the stream. Me drinking my Quran very nicely.
All right. Thank you very much for that, Big Mahmood. As you said, Mary is annoying AF. This time I won't curse, right? This time I won't curse, but Mary is annoying AF. And indeed she is. And you know why she's so annoying? Because she tells the truth about what Islam teaches. And that's very annoying to Muslims because they hate what the Quran teaches. The mother of the chat has just abrogated 65:4, which I think most Muslims would desperately want to abrogate it, but sadly Allah did not abrogate that. We have to wait till modern times for the mother of the chat to do it for them. All right. Tasty, tasty tea.
So there you guys go. That is what you have asked for. That's what you wanted this entire time. So I have given it to you. I have given you exactly what you wanted. So, and I got the awesome mug from Walmart, where I get a lot of my stuff because I'm lazy and do not shop for things. So.
Yes, sadly, Zayed Ali, I think, actually did leave, but if he was here, he'd be telling us, I won't threaten you, but you should be afraid. All right, let's see what else this genius has to tell us about the miraculous historical knowledge of the Quran, which is apparently is the 5th different way that it is inimitable.
قل إن اجتمعت الإنس والجن على أن يأتوا بمثل هذا القرآن لا يأتون بمثله.
Apparently, he's not going to give us any argument. He's just going to recite the Quran, saying that he calls on man and jinn to produce a surah like it, which is very interesting, right? That he went to that particular verse, since we have surah jinn, right, Mary?
Yeah. So
which is literally just
and honestly, my top 100 things to listen to that are beautiful. The Quran would not make the top 1,000, for heaven's sake.
Yeah, I mean, so usually, right, when a Muslim says this, I say, well, you're responding to the skill of the recitation, you're responding to the skill of the orator, not to the words themselves. But actually, to non-Muslims, you can get the most skilled guy in the world, and I imagine that guy's probably considered pretty skilled since they put him in this high production documentary, and it sounds like crap. I mean, frankly, it sounds like crap. That's supposed to impress me? Someone saying some words in a sing-songy voice? I'm not impressed. Like, and I don't need to not be impressed. I could make a statement that something is the most beautiful piece of literature I've ever read, and it's false, right? I don't need it to be ugly in order for it to be false, because the two aren't related to one another.
No.
But if I'm being honest, I don't find it appealing. It doesn't sound good. It doesn't even sound good. And this is supposed to be the proof that it's from God because it's so beautiful.
And I actually like microtonal music. It is an acquired taste. If you didn't grow up with microtonal music, it just sounds out of tune. If you have like a sense of tone, if you haven't become accustomed to it. I actually like microtonal music. Do not like Islam. So.
And what I was alluding to, right, is that there's a surah of the Quran, which, if we're taking it seriously, is literally just the speech of jinn talking back and forth, which apparently can't be imitated by jinn.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense to anyone? Likewise, most of the surah, I don't know about most, but certainly the long surahs of the Quran have large portions that are supposed to be human speech, which apparently can't be imitated by human beings. Such a religion. Such a religion. And someone said singing is haram, but that's not actually true. It's instruments that are haram, which is why you get all this tonal, human voice only music in Islam. It's only instruments that are haram. And in fairness, probably 95% of Muslims don't follow that.
Our Talmudic Tunnel Construction Incorporated says microtonal music is literally genocide.
I'm
running out.
Running out of Quran?
I'm running out. Yep. It's thin paper. That's why I chose this one. I had to run and find this one in particular because I wanted thin paper.
Well, yeah, you won't want to ingest too much Quran. That might be hazardous to your health. And the cat was blocking my screen there, so I was having trouble finding that genocide comment. And actually, it doesn't look like it came through for me. That's weird that you saw it.
Ha! Ha!
Because I tried a couple different variations in case that wasn't the exact wording, and it's not on my list.
No, I read it word for word. Microtonal music is literally genocide.
I believe you. I believe you, but it didn't come through my list somehow.
Yeah.
And Robot apparently saw it because he just said, welcome, Talmudic Tunnels Construction, but I can't see it, so I don't know. I don't know. Unless, I was on top chat and not live chat. It probably went to, it probably was not shown on top chat. That's probably the problem. Yep, there it is.
Here.
I normally switch to live chat, but I apparently forgot today. So if you did not see this comment, it's because you're on top chat and you're not seeing the messages that YouTube partially suppresses. Why exactly they partially suppress some messages? You think they either just suppress them entirely or not at all? I don't know, but that's the way it works. And he also said sometimes there are blockages in the tunnels. We're working on this. I unblocked it. I figured out how. All right. So this guy is probably going to explain to us how what we just heard can only come from Allah, even though it was a human being saying it.
See, this is like something when I started my journey, I always knew, and as a Muslim, this is what you're told. The Quran is the word of God, and it's a linguistic miracle. And it just takes a lot of effort.
I don't know what he was going to say there, but I had to pause it. And I didn't mean to pause him right at that point, but it's perfect, actually, because he says, as a Muslim, I was told this is what we have to believe, and it takes a lot of effort to believe it. I don't know what he's really going to say.
But it's really pretty, so I believe it. That's like, you know what? I believe, oh goodness, what's it called? What is it? I believe that Lakme is true because the duo, the flower duet, is so beautiful. Because it's beautiful, it must be true. So, la da 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 da. That little, I'm sure you're familiar with it. It's one of the most famous operatic sections there are, because it's beautiful. Like that must be from God. It must be true, right?
Indeed. And Houston has some good advice for you, since you said the Quran was not that pleasant. You should borrow some ketchup. Uthman has a nice supply. Put that ketchup on the Quran and then it will taste better. Because there are no dietary marks in the Quran, you have to supply your own ketchup to make it taste better. All right, let's see what he actually says is so hard.
In terms of once you reach a certain level of Arabic and you've tasted Arabic, especially Arabic outside the Quran, you get a feel for like how the Quran is so different to all other Arabic.
One example that the scholars give, they say in
And he actually did. I was just joking, but he actually basically did say what I claimed, that it's really hard to believe that it's different. But when you study enough and you get some really advanced Arabic and you really learn all the excuses, then you realize that it's different from other Arabic. That's what he said. Am I mistaken? Is that not what he just said? That a normal person can't tell the difference.
Yeah, no normal person absolutely can't tell the difference. Which is
I know that. I mean, I know that's true, but I'm surprised that's what he admits, right? And this is in a documentary of why you're supposed to, or, you know, let me give the title again. How do we know that the Quran was sent from God? How do we know the Quran was sent from God? Well, it's really difficult. But when you study enough and you hear enough arguments and you really try hard to convince yourself that it's true, then you begin to realize that it's true. Amazing arguments.
Okay, sure. That does not sound at all like you're just messing with people's heads. So that you're just trying to fool yourself. Definitely seems like a solid argument to me.
The moment I open the Quran,
Indeed. All right. Let's see what the next guy says. That I think that was the end of that guy. That's all he said. I don't know why they put him in the documentary.
I don't know. It's like, this seems really hard to
out.
believe, but it's like special. If you study Arabic, you'll know it's different.
All right.
In one verse of the Quran al-Kareem, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, he mentions in this one verse 2 commands, 2 prohibitions, and 2 glad tidings are given. All of these 6 things are mentioned in just one verse. Now you try put a sentence together, just one sentence that mentions all of those 6 things. It is very, very hard.
Is this guy serious? Is this guy serious?
2
it's very
commands,
hard to create a
prohibitions.
sentence that has 2 commands, 2 prohibitions, and what was the third thing?
2 glad tidings.
2 glad tidings. In fact, it's actually 2 sentences. Well, at least in English translation, maybe in Arabic.
Go to school, behave yourself. Do not disobey, and do not come home with bad grades. I will take you to McDonald's, and you will get a special treat. I am Allah! There we go. I'm Allah. I'm better than Allah. I can do it in seconds. But also, by the way, it does not say river here. This is a place where she's just yeeting that baby straight into an ocean. So here we go. That's it. I'm Allah.
I am flabbergasted that someone would actually think this is an argument, right? How can you put 6 ideas in one sentence? Guess what? I can put an unlimited number of ideas in one sentence. All I have to do is say and. That's it, right? That's all I have to do. And as I said, the translation here is 2 sentences. Maybe in Arabic, it actually says, do not fear or grieve, and we will certainly return him to you and make him one of your messengers. And the translator said, that's kind of a lousy run-on sentence. Let me break it into 2. And this is the miracle. This is the miracle of how beautiful the Quran is, that the translator thinks it sounds better broken into 2 sentences.
Yep. But again, I did it right off the cuff. And if you like McDonald's, then McDonald's is the good news. And I will take you to McDonald's, and I will get you a treat. There you go. That would be it. And I did paste the song in earlier because I spilled a drink on my keyboard earlier while I was trying to show stuff. It is currently glitching, so I can't paste it again. But I did paste it earlier. If you scroll up a little bit, I can run and get another. Yeah.
And Yaya says, I'm universal God, but you need masters in Japanese linguistics to understand me. That's about the argument these guys are making, right? You need to be really educated in Arabic to understand that the Quran is special. If you swallow enough propaganda, you will eventually begin to believe it. John Mark says, I know the Arabic. You think that the Quran is stupid in English? Wait until you know the Arabic. It's even dumber. And this statement, I'm, I don't know Arabic other than like some very, very basics of how to understand, how to break down the grammar. I know linguistics, which is why I can get by in breaking down the Arabic grammar. But I've heard this time and time again that the reason Muslims historically have been so against translating the Quran when they do calling it a tafsir on the Quran, even though that's idiotic when it's literally just the words and not a commentary, is because the Arabic is very difficult to translate because it's incoherent in parts. It literally makes no sense. And people have studied and they've gone to give its degrees to try to figure out what the idiot who wrote it was trying to say, in other words. And this is the proof that it's from some god, that it's too difficult to understand in Arabic and can't be properly translated because the author had minimal understanding. He probably spoke like an average hillbilly. No offense to hillbillies, but he probably spoke like someone who was not educated, didn't follow proper grammar. People understood what he meant because they also spoke in the same way. But then people later on who only know the rules, right? They only know the grammatical rules, have a difficult time of figuring out what he is trying to say. John Mark, wow, 6 things in one verse. And Jason, whoa, sentences. I've never seen it work with sentences before.
Who ate the apple?
You try to duplicate this. You try. You will not be able to come up with a sentence with 6 ideas, except you easily can. Just like you could easily create 3 sentences with 6 words that are not in the Arabic Quran, as long as you know Arabic and have a lexicon to consult to know which ones are not supposed to be there in your newly created thing. Let me take another super chat real quick. Ramo B.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose?
Why to lose, Ramo B? Why to lose? Why you didn't lose? Because you gave me a pair super sticker. So thank you very much for that. All of the angels will hear your sadaqah today. And then they'll report it back to Allah, who is apparently not all-knowing and needs angels to know whether people are giving him a loan or not. Mary's still having some issues. I'll take some more comments from the chat. Prophet Nina early on predicted that someone would say it brought tears to my eyes. Haven't seen that yet. Maybe we still will, though. There's still time. She also predicted that someone would say, when I heard the Imam recite the Quran, I felt like prostrating right then and there, which is pretty close, right? That's pretty close to what you claimed in the video. I'd never heard the Quran before, but when I heard it, I instantly knew that Allah was God and wanted to worship him. So pretty close, pretty close. Good job, Nina. You're proving yourself to be a pretty decent prophet after all. Even though you took out blessings be upon her from her name, I know you signed off a little while saying that it's 2 a.m. and you need to go to bed. I still believe in your prophethood, or prophetesshood, I suppose I should say. All right, you ready to continue, Mary?
Yeah, sorry. It wasn't where I normally have it because I plugged it in my new Raspberry Pi for my home automation project. So took a while.
Put a sentence together, just one sentence that mentions all of those 6 things, it is very, very hard. And if you are able to, it won't be as eloquent, as beautiful as the Quran al-Karim.
And then we look at the miraculous aspects of word choice and positioning. For instance, we take Surah Yasin. Allah tells us in Surah Yasin, وَكُلٌّ فِي فَلَكٍ يَسْبَحُونَ. And every one of them, meaning those celestial objects, the sun, the moon, the earth, and the rest of the objects in the solar system and in the universe, is in its own orbit swimming.
So, Mary, what isn't in the orbit according to the Quran?
Well, the thing
Earth?
is, the word is not orbit. It's not orbit at all.
Well, okay,
is there.
But okay, I'll let you say what you want to say. They're also distorting the meaning of the verse. But I just wanted to point out that there's one thing that's not described in orbit or
Oh, the
whatever.
Earth?
The Earth. The
Yes,
Earth
the
isn't
Earth is
in orbit. The
not in
reason the
orbit.
sun is in orbit is because it goes around the Earth. The flat
Yes.
Earth, by the way, and it doesn't really even go around it. It goes over it and then goes down into a pool of muddy water. And then it prostrates before Allah's throne and asks permission to come back the next day. And if Allah doesn't give it permission to come back the next day, the sun will stop its orbit on the other side, underneath the flat Earth, where you can't see it, and you'll be stuck in darkness forever.
So yeah, it says that, and he is the one who created the night and the day, and the sun and the moon, each in each floating or each swimming. Actually, it says swimming. It doesn't say floating, or as a ship in an orbit, basically, along a ship course.
And it absolutely does say swimming. And why would the Quran say swimming? What ancient belief is it alluding to?
So the Quran explicitly, well, the Ahadith explicitly talk about how Allah, how the sun and the moon are swimming in a celestial sea, are literally inside of a sea that is up above the fold of the earth, and the whole miracle of Allah is that one can't overtake the other, according to the Quran, is that even though they're swimming in the sea in this it's more like a river, because it's like a current. The idea is that the current is taking them along, and then they're swimming through this current that flows from one side to another. And even though that's happening, one can never overtake the other because Allah has decreed it. Yeah, they're sentient beings, and so they are able to move. They are ambulating or progressing or swimming literally across the space because they are like independent beings. So that's what's happening here. I don't know why they think that an orbit would be some amazing thing that is revealed, because like, who doesn't know that the sun rises on one side and sets on the other, and the moon rises on one side and sets on the other? And the overtaking thing is particularly silly because Muhammad apparently didn't know what eclipses were, because that is when one overtakes the other. And there.
Indeed, that's what an eclipse is, right?
Right.
Either the sun blocks out the moon in a lunar eclipse, or the moon blocks out the sun in the solar eclipse.
Like, I think that I think that he thinks that because the Earth blocks out the sun
from the moon.
Yeah.
But you got my point.
Yeah, but I think that the real issue for the lunar eclipse, but I think that the issue here is that Muhammad thinks of them as these individual balls, and if one overtakes the other, they would smash together. So he doesn't know what could possibly cause an eclipse, and he thinks that they would hit each other and like explode or something. So he thinks that one never overtakes the other. So
and Snoopy, I don't quote me on this, but I'm pretty sure that you can find in ancient Greek philosophy speculation that an eclipse is caused by the sun being blocked by at least a solar eclipse being caused by the sun being blocked by the moon. And they're still thinking, right? They're still thinking the sun rotates around, but they're thinking the sun's further away, so the moon can get in between the two, which is at least partially correct. And I would assume that they thought a lunar eclipse was the same idea, that there was an object blocking it. It's not really that hard to think about. I mean, it's not really that hard to come up with a speculation as to what's going on, even if you don't have a correct view of the way the solar system's set up. Jason said moose swims, and that's awesome. That is definitely the winner there for me, but Andrew Martin gets the prize for saying swimming because the sky is an ocean of fresh water. And that's what I was alluding to, that it was a common ancient belief that outer space was not empty. It was filled with water, and rain is caused when some of that water seeps through the semi-permeable covering of the earth. So most people thought of space as being filled with water. And obviously rain is fresh water. So that part would be.
Here we go. Philosophical speculation. Anaxagoras, a pre-Socratic philosopher, is credited with an early attempt to explain eclipses as natural events rather than supernatural occurrences. He proposed that the sun is a fiery rock and that eclipses occur when the moon passes between the earth and the sun, blocking the sunlight.
Okay.
So there you go.
And that statement, right? And he got it right. I'm certain that he still thought that the sun revolved around the earth, but the sun's further away, the moon can block it. Even in a geocentric model. Is that how the moon was split? I don't know. Maybe. The sun runs into it, it splits the moon in two. Could be.
Something like that.
All right,
But you see, the Quran doesn't have any idea of this. The Quran thinks that one does not overtake the other, period. So it's quite a bit more primitive than pre-Socratic. Goodness, when was Socrates? 500 or 400 BC, something like that. Sorry, guys. No, he was much later. I think he was like 3. Here we go. 399, died 399. So it was 400s to 300s.
I was gonna say, I think Aristotle's about 600, and even though Socrates is associated with him because he put a bunch of words in Aristotle's mouth, he was a couple of generations later. So I was gonna guess about 400, which apparently is right.
Well, no, it's Plato who put the words in.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Just a little bit more recent. So, and Aristotle is a little bit more recent than Socrates. So, I was right that he was more recent than the 500s, and that 400s, since he died in 399, basically 400s, second half of 400s was his active lifestyle, or his active life.
And Dels has a very important message for us. Stop aging. Be healthy. Get your life back. I don't know what you're on about, but this has nothing to do with anything, and I just read it because I think it's stupid.
Coming here to spam.
All right, let's see. I cut him off before his explanation, right, of how this is miraculous. But we know what he's going to say. Only recently did scientists determine that the sun has an orbit, which it technically does, right? It moves around in a circle. Well, it's not really an orbit because it doesn't orbit anything, but it moves around in a circle. Only recently was this discovered. This must be miraculous. Except literally every ancient person thought the sun had an orbit.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to say, whenever I said he was more recent than 500s, I'm talking BC. So all of this is BC. So yes, they lived like more than 1,000 years before. So Anaxagoras was before Socrates, which means 5th century BC, 400s BC. So
As Dry Bones lets us know, modern cosmology is literally genocide.
Then I have definitely gotten in trouble because I just ate a good portion of this lipstick. So CoverGirl can go ahead and disavow being colored on Qurans and eaten.
All right.
If we read from beginning to end, and if we read it from the end to the beginning,
oh my God,
it is exactly the same letters. So in this part of the ayah, that message is literally represented visually in order for us to see that floating and orbit and swimming with the letters themselves.
So it's
oh my gosh, I started laughing because I've heard this once before.
That was Muslim, particularly bad.
A Muslim sent me a link, right? Hey, he answered my question. Usually I ask for evidence and no one answers. He answered it and he said, this is the greatest proof I have ever seen for the truth of Islam, that there's a palindrome on a verse talking about the sun having an orbit, where the sun in his own illustration that they just put on screen didn't move. The verse, he said the verse, the Quran miraculously says all of this, sun, moon, stars, is all in orbit. And then he shows a picture with a stationary sun.
Because the sun is in orbit around the earth, according to the Quran. He's like, this is true, and then shows the sun stationary and the earth going around. Come on, guys. So yeah, and by the way, in case anyone was wondering, yes, I did in fact eat every bit of it. So, and this is all that's left is the English. Oh, this tiny portion. I'll go ahead and have this too, because we wouldn't want to leave any of it uneaten, but have a nice drink, because you know David keeps eating them. I decided to drink them instead. So tiny bit left, and I'll have the rest. And Big Mahmoud, I'm sure, is very proud of himself.
Okay, so that was that guy's argument. He alludes to the miracle of everything having an orbit, and then he gives an argument based on a palindrome that would imply the sun doesn't have an orbit.
Yes, yes. That's amazing.
You got to pick one or the other, buddy. You can't have it both ways. The two arguments contradict one another, just like how these people are indirectly contradicting each other, because the Quran is supposed to clearly have literary excellence, or clearly have scientific knowledge, or clearly have historical knowledge, or whatever, right? It's supposed to be clear how to make a surah like it, and it's given to people at Muhammad's time. So I'm sorry, but that rules out advanced knowledge, right? Because how would they test that? How would they test that? That's only something that Muslims have seen in retrospect. They've never predicted any of these future discoveries. They've only found them in retrospect. It probably does mean literary excellence. However, it doesn't say that's what it means. And I think that Muslims who've argued that the teachings is what it's referring to, like, my teachings are so excellent, no one could come up with such great moral laws except Allah, could also be in view. But it contradicts the idea that the Quran's clear, it contradicts that there's a challenge that can be met, and they just throw all these things up and they don't care. All right, we're almost done. Just got like a little less than a minute left. Let's see what this guy has to say.
Hard to describe. You can talk about specific techniques that are used in the Quran and so forth, but just like the fact that it's a book that I've spent hours and hours on, but there's still so much more, and I know that it's an ocean that I can keep diving into. So that for me tells me that, you know, this can't just be, you know, any book, or it's not the word of man.
So he literally said nothing.
Yeah, it's like,
I mean, am I mistaken? Yeah. Did he say anything that can be analyzed?
No.
I've spent a lot of time studying the Quran, and I can spend a lot more time studying it. Therefore, it must be true. It must be not just true, but the word of Allah. No human being could write a book that I could study.
I just don't even know.
I mean, there are scholars who spend their entire careers analyzing works of Shakespeare and nothing else. Literally nothing else, right? Does that mean that Shakespeare is the literal speech of Allah? I bet they've spent more time studying Shakespeare than this guy's spent studying the Quran.
Yeah, and it's like Alexander Pope has people who study him alone. There are tons of people who study only, one, two, Chaucer. There are many specialists in Chaucer, many specialists in, not Ben Jonson, but Ben Jonson wrote about him. Some on Ben Jonson, some on, the silly guy who had the Pepys, or Pepys, excuse me. It's spelled Pepys, but his name is Pepys for some inexplicably English reason. Samuel Pepys, his diary. There are specialists just on him. John Donne, specialists just on him. So, like, come on, guys.
As John Mark says, it's a shallow ocean. There's nothing there. I will say that it would definitely take a lot of studying and a lot of effort and a lot of learning to try to uncode what the Quran says, because it's literally incoherent. You have to engage in massive amounts of speculation, aka scholarships, to try to determine what some of it means. So in that sense, yes, you can study it a lot. Does that make it great? No, of course not. Literally every famous literary work in world history has people who study it in great detail. It's a meaningless claim. All right. I think there's probably one more. Oh, there's only 20 seconds, so it might just be, this is the end of our video. Looks like it's just a closing screen here. 20 seconds of the words My Quran story. Okay. Fascinating way to end your video. Good YouTube strategy there. I'm sure you'll maximize engagement with those pointless 20 seconds. All right, so we've gone through the whole video now. Didn't leave anything out. Played every last second of it. Well, I guess I lied. I cut it off 4 seconds earlier because I didn't need to look at their logo for another 4 seconds. So call me a liar. I cut it off early. They had the great argument there at the end or something. At least based on the chat reaction, palindrome seems to be the favorite of the day, probably because most people had never heard that ridiculous argument before. What about you, Mary? What was your favorite argument here? Not best, right? Just favorite.
I think my favorite is the orbiting spheres and then showing the sun still with the Earth orbiting around it. I think that is actually my literal favorite.
And Terry said speculation is not scholarship. So I wanted to clarify, right? I don't mean to suggest that scholars are just arbitrarily making choices, but ultimately they're making guesses and then analyzing them, which is actually not different than what science, or at least the way science is supposed to be done, where you make a guess and then you test it. Now you're speaking about the motivations, the intent, the thoughts of a dead individual. You can never be certain as to what they meant, but you can come to reasonable conclusions. I wasn't trying to suggest that it's just wild guessing. So that was not the best wording on my part. So thank you for making me clarify myself there. Let me read a couple more of these comments. I doubt there's any Muslims here at this point, but if a Muslim wants to respond to the literary or otherwise excellence of the Quran, the actual Quran's claim isn't literary excellence, it's inability to imitate it, in other words. And I have so much trouble saying that word, I usually try to avoid it. But that's the actual claim. And I don't know, if I was a Muslim, I would probably not go to literary excellence or something. I would probably try to create an argument that, and this is a legitimate Islamic belief, so I'm not just making this up off the top of my head, but that the words have magical powers, and thus if you say different words, even if they are indistinguishable to human beings, they don't have the same magical powers. So it's untestable, which means it's unfalsifiable, which means it can't be wrong. I think that's about the best you could do as a Muslim. Any thoughts from you, Mary, on what you would argue if you were forced to argue for for the Surah Like It challenge?
It's so painfully stupid. That would be one of the things I would be embarrassed of and wouldn't want to include, because the problem with the Surah Like It challenge is the fact that we have different readings, and that we know that the readings have to be analyzed by Islamic experts to determine which are actual true readings and which are artificial readings that shouldn't be, which are canonical, and that we're going to pretend to be from Allah, even though we can show that none of them really are. If there are differences that cannot have both come from Muhammad. Muhammad said it one way, or Muhammad said it the other way. He didn't say it both ways. And there is no way to tell, because of its more excellent form, which is which. That instantly disproves the Surah Like It. It's the stupidest argument, because no one, that would be what they would argue. Clearly, this way of saying the Surah is from Allah, because clearly it is more excellent. Everyone would go, yes. If you can trade out other words, if you can consistently make mistakes and someone might not be able to notice the mistake, if you can trade out word forms and people don't notice and it gets disseminated, that shows that it's not inimitable, that it's not so unique that it can't be distorted. When in reality, the fact is that kids memorizing it say the wrong thing all the time and have to be corrected. Why do they need to be corrected? Why don't they instantly go, what? That is clearly not the words of Allah, because it is not beautiful and perfect and it does not make me cry. That is what, like, that's the kind of thing that you would need. If it's inimitable, then it can't be confused. There should be no confusion as to which is which. You shouldn't have Ibn Mas'ud's recitation, which Ibn Mas'ud's recitation is considered non-canonical. He is the best reciter of the Quran according to Mohammad, but his Quran got thrown out. Yet some of his readings are part of Sharia, which do not appear anywhere else. So words that he has, that he says comes from Muhammad, go into Sharia law as if they're from Allah, but his actual recitation of that ayah is not in any Quran. Does anyone realize how insane this is? This is not something I would want to draw attention to. I would want to bury that sort of thing. I would not say that it's inimitable and it's very clear and everybody, you know, it's its own proof, it's self-verifying, because it's not, and it never has been to any Islamic body. Huge problem. Huge problem.
Elle says that I joined 2 hours late, was going to start over, began to start over, needed to take care of some other things. So she left again, came back to current time, and the dog turned into a cat. More miraculous than the Quran.
Works
Low
for you.
standard, but I do have to agree on that.
Yeah, my husband comes home at 9 p.m. Eastern, which is 2 hours after the stream starts usually. And so he is he's going to leave at 9 p.m. Eastern each day whenever his place time is over and he can go and hang out with the rest of the family.
Being haters, not good. Sorry, but stop killing the black dog. Not really sure what that's supposed to mean. I think you're trying to criticize us and Muslims at the same time, but I'm not sure. So maybe clarify that if that's intended at me, and if it's not intended at me, then don't worry. But if it's supposed to be some kind of feedback for me, then I don't understand what you want me to do.
So we seem to have another false prophet here as well, who has decoded the Tree of Life decoded book. And I asked him whether or not, I asked him earlier whether or not he alone possesses this Tree of Life decoded knowledge, that to decode the Tree of Life, that he alone knows it. And by the way, he thinks that you will be able to live forever if you do this. So it's a nice bit of Eastern mysticism. Tells when you die of old age, when you are dying of old age, I really hope you repent. So people ask, how can someone be a false prophet? How can someone be so deluded? Dells here thinks that he isn't aging. He thinks that he will be forever young. And he probably earnestly believes this. And he tells people, you know, I will be young forever. He may need glasses like I do. And, but yet is going to be, you know, he perfectly healthy with glasses or whatever else whenever he wakes up in the morning. So he is a false prophet. He claims hidden knowledge. He claims knowledge of the unseen coming to him in secret that no one else has. And he has the secret to the Tree of Life. And the veil is ripped asunder, which you can't spell, by the way. The veil is ripped asunder, just like
the best part is what the secret is, right? The secret that only he has decoded is that Jesus died for the sin of the world.
Oh no, he's a total heretic. The sin of the world is the sin of Adam.
I know that he reinterprets
that it's only the sin of Adam, then you will live forever once you do these secret things. So
yeah, well, I know that he reinterprets that, but I just thought that was so funny, right? That's what he is decoding for us, the core belief of Christianity stated explicitly countless times in Scripture is what he has decoded from the secret book of life.
And you know, a note that I began by quoting to him. 1 Peter 1:20-21. Knowing this first, that no prophecy of Scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by will of man, but holy men of God spoke as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. What this is saying is that there's nobody out there who has the secret thing that they're going to ta-da on everyone. Christ, when he lived, when he died, he actually perfectly fulfilled expectations within the questions. You know, the rabbis did not have clarity. They had a range of things that could happen. And from that range of things that could happen, Christ was part of that, and Christ was in that, and he was the clarification of this. This could mean these things. And that was the traditional interpretation. And Christ clarified which was which. He didn't come and say, now you need to understand everything differently because it's been revealed only to me. And again, as Peter's talking here, he's saying that nothing there, you don't have these secrets. It's all public, it's all known, and it's all a mystery revealed because they had questions and they had a variety of things that could possibly be the answer that they were arguing over. Christ gave them which thing was the answer. It wasn't the answer they liked, it's not the answer they wanted, but what Christ did actually fit into expectations, fit into a certain group of expectations. They didn't like it, and so they rejected it, and so they fulfilled the prophecy because they rejected it because they didn't like it. But there was nothing like, oh, you need to read this completely differently than we've ever understood it, and then you will know that it's true. And that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to say, I see things that no one else has ever seen because I've been given this special knowledge. For 2,000 years, the church has been in delusion. But now the truth has come out with me. Now, Mohammad didn't even make claims that are quite this strong.
He wasn't that dumb. Or that, I shouldn't say dumb, that's the wrong choice of word. He wasn't that deluded.
Yeah.
So, Houston, you said, you know, another heretic, another false prophet. Houston points out, for those who didn't see the last stream on our last, I think that was last week, might have been the week before. Anyway, Wesley Curry II, or is it third, whatever, gave a prophecy that in a couple of days' time, February 22nd, so I guess it probably was last week on the 20th that he gave the prophecy, that all of the Qurans in the world would disappear. Apparently, on another stream, some other channel, right? Houston is more attuned to what's going on other channels than I am, but on some other channel, he came in and he abrogated his original prophecy and replaced it by one that was even better. And I agree, this is definitely a better one. He said, not only would all the Qurans disappear, but all Bibles in the world that are not the King James Version, because that's the only true version, would also disappear. And in case you missed it the first time, it would happen on 3 consecutive days. So my question to the chat is, has anyone seen their Quran or their non-KJV Bibles disappear? I have a Quran right here. It still has writing in it. It didn't disappear. I think it was only supposed to be temporary, but I wasn't staring at this 24 hours a day. But surely someone somewhere observed their Quran and their non-King James Bibles disappearing.
Yeah, and I've been reading my Bible every day, and I have not seen anything disappear. So.
And apparently.
So amazing! Yet another prophet has been proven a false prophet.
Houston says it was the stream about poop, so that would be 2 weeks ago, just in case anyone wants to check that out. I've engaged with Wesley a few times, trying to convince him that he has not received any revelation. Obviously, I know that he's mentally ill and it's a losing battle, but I engaged with his prophecy because it provides 100% proof, according to the Bible's criteria, that he is not a prophet and is not speaking on behalf of Yahweh. So I would ask anyone who sees Wesley in another chat to remind him of his failed prophecy and ask him why his prophecy failed. That's all I ask. Islam is my identity. This was very early on, and the only thing he ever said, but he said, which Bible? As if that somehow has any relevance to whether or not the Quran is the word of God. Christians don't claim that the Bible is the literal word for word speech of God, nor do we claim that two different translations of the same Greek text means that we have two different Bibles. Only Muslims are so stupid as to make that confusion. Houston early on said, this is divine. It's recited in the same style as secular poets recited. And indeed, there are multiple stories in the Islamic text, so not exactly unbiased sources, that talk about people who claimed that they could make better poetry. That was the same as what they'd seen before, that it was nothing special. To the best of my knowledge, there's only one or two claims in all of the Islamic literature that, again, is not unbiased, is very much aiming to prove something, that claims that anyone ever said that the Quran was glorious, elevated language. And this is in the Islamic texts. So there you go.
Yeah. Like, the way it's supposed to be special is that it's supposed to be special in how it contains revelation that others don't contain. So it does not ever make an argument as to its own poetic excellence and its linguistic excellence. It says it's in clear Arabic, like Arabic well explained or clearly laid out. It's not like clear Arabic as if that's some type of Arabic or something, but like that it is Arabic that is clear. Like it's just plain old Arabic. It's regular Arabic. It doesn't say because it's in the super special language. Now, it was in a poetic register, an old-fashioned register, but it was something that everybody of that time understood because they heard it all the time in poetry. It was in a special form of the language that's used for formal occasions, formal poetry, declarative stuff like that. So it wasn't a special form, but it was in a form that was used in that way by everyone, and they could know the rest. So yeah, my Quran drink is totally empty. I have drunk all of the Quran, and I do not have a stomach ache. I have the digestion of steel stomach here, so I will
It's
be
a
fine.
miracle. She ate
Yeah.
the Quran and her stomach is not upset.
Yeah.
We can put it right next to camel urine as cures of stomach ailments. YVYVI1487. Christians did the same. What Quran is to Christians is what New Brit is to the Jews. Both Quran and New Brit, blah. Thank you for your very
I don't think
intellectual
that this
critique.
guy, he does not English. I cannot begin to figure out what he thinks he's saying.
Yeah. And I want to correct he says there's two types of Qurans currently in the Arabic world. That's not true. There's only one Quran. Oh, wait, no, sorry. There are only 26 Qurans. There are two that are commonly used. The Hafs Quran has about like 97% market penetration, and most of the remaining 3% is the Warsh, but not entirely. There are a couple small areas in the world where their preferred Quran is something else, that they don't think either of those is the best recitation, and they go with a third or fourth option. So it's not quite just two. And among scholars, right, among educated Muslims, it's considered especially honorific if you memorize a second recitation of the Quran. So the scholars study these things, even if the common Muslim thinks they don't exist.
Also, what's really funny is that there are different styles of recitation that are regional and also specific to different readings of the Quran. Now, I love the fact whenever they quote Allah and then they recite the Quran in the sing-songy voice, because I wonder whether or not Allah's voice is supposedly sing-songy eternally.
All right, so Saeed came back. I did say I'd open it up for Muslims. Saeed is a Muslim, sort of. So welcome, Saeed. The subject is the miraculous nature of the Quran. Do you have anything on that subject you'd like to bring up?
Yeah, I do. First, I will explain to you why I believe the Quran to be from God. Okay? Then you explain to me why you believe in Bible, what your reason to believe in Bible to be word of God. Okay?
I've technically answered that question for you before, but no problem. I'd be happy to answer it.
And I would like something that's specific enough that you exclude the Book of Mormon. So why is the Quran from Allah and the Book of Mormon, which is from Joseph Smith, is not from Allah?
Well, remember, Saeed's some sort of universalist, so he might actually say that the Book of Mormon is also from Allah, for all I know.
Yeah. No. I never read the Book of Mormon, so
so he couldn't
talk about
that's
it.
fair. He can't judge, but we can. So let's hear your criteria, and then we'll let you know if they're met by the Book of Mormon.
Okay, no, I'm just gonna say about the Quran.
Let's just hear your criteria. Okay, sorry to confuse you. Just tell us your criteria.
About what criteria?
Why you believe in the Quran?
Oh yes. You see, I read because the wisdom in the Quran, the information Allah gave it to us, why He created human being, how He created. So it gave all the timeline about the history of human being and the history of the planets, and it's how He created the earth and the planet, everything, and the future about the human being, where they are going, and how they will end. The heaven or hell, and he gave us a reason why He created human being. He's a creator, and He wanted to create a different creature from the animals. Okay, so He created the intelligent creature, a human being. No other creature is intelligent than human being. So He wanted to create a human being so who can think by themselves and build things by themselves, investigate and all kind of. He just gives us a sense like a God. God is a creator. We also create things, invent things. So God is just like, we are. You could call us a small God, but I don't believe in God. I don't believe that. But I'm just giving you, comparing with the God. He's a creator. He creates things, and we invent things. Non-living thing, we invent things. So He have a senses, lot of senses, and we have lot of senses. No other animal have. We can memorize things. We can remember history. This is the only human can do all those things. Okay, so also it's to show about how the world will end, the universe will end. Science also tell that this universe will end one day. All the planet, all the star will die out. So it's in the Quran. Okay, and then Allah said He will create all over again. Yeah, this universe will disappear. The time, whatever exists, the planet, the star, they all will die out one day. Then Allah said He will create all over again, bring this different creature. So this is all the future of humanity. They will go to heaven, and some will go to hell. So this is the future of humanity, will be in the another planet we call heaven, a paradise. That's also a planet. Okay, the heaven is also a planet, and the people.
Let me stop you. Let me stop you, because you've said a lot of stuff, and we need to analyze some of this stuff before you go on to more things, because you're kind of, no offense, but you're kind of rambling and going on all kinds of different things, and I want to take your points. But first, and this isn't for you, Saeed, so don't worry about it, right? Don't worry about it. But to us who know about Mormonism, this comment is perhaps the funniest thing I've read today. He says, "Come on, Saeed. Joseph Smith was able to replace the book of Levi with the book of Nephi that was similar to it." That's just so perfect.
That's good.
So perfect.
So,
all right. So my question for you, Saeed. Well, first I want to make sure I understand your argument. So the first point you made is that according to the Quran, Allah created the universe with a purpose, and it gives a purported history of humanity and gives a purported future claim. Now, obviously, you can't test the future claims, right? You can't test what it says about the future. Is that what you're claiming? That the reason you believe in Islam is because it says that Allah created everything, or God created everything, and that it talks about the history of humanity?
Yeah. It start how human came to, why he bring human to life, and it's also say you know
I got you. Simple question.
Another thing.
You don't need to re-explain your argument.
No. I'm not explaining.
You agreed that I accurately stated your point. I was just asking whether that was your point. That wasn't a question for you. So we're on agreement. That is your argument. So now my question for you, the thing that you actually need to answer, is what about other books that also make claims that God created the universe, the God or the gods or the mystical forces or whatever, right? That something created the universe, that human beings have a purpose, and that they have a history. Do you believe those books? And if not, what is the difference between those books and the Quran?
No. In the Quran, Allah say all the religion came from Him. Okay, we believe in Christianity. We believe Jesus was a true. Christianity is a true religion. The Old Testament is a true book from God. We all believe. Hinduism also a true religion, but later on it's corrupted. But it started with the truth. Hinduism started with the truth.
I'm not
later on it's corruption.
We need to focus. I'm only asking about the scriptures, right? The books that make these claims. So would you say every book that makes that claim is from Allah? All you have to do for something to be from Allah is claim that it's from Allah and give a purported history of the universe.
Yeah, in the Quran, we accept the Torah and the Injil, Bible.
We're not asking about the Torah and the Injil. We ask, why do you believe that the Quran is from God? And you said, because it talks about the creation of mankind and the story of the world until the final end, basically. That's what you said.
Yeah.
So his question was, if that makes the Quran true, if that is why you believe the Quran is true, then does every book that talks about the origin of mankind, mankind's linear destiny, and mankind's end, are all of those also from Allah?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm going to sit here right now and I am going to write very quickly. Let me write blank document and you guys continue and I will start writing.
All right. So before Mary proves the point for me, so you said that all books, right? That all books that do this. And then you tried to bring in the Torah and the Gospel. I'm not talking about the Torah and the Gospel exclusively. Yes, they would be included, right? They make claims about the origin of the universe, but many other books do as well. You mentioned Hinduism, so the Vedas make some claims about the origins of the universe. We mentioned Mormonism; their texts make claims about the origins of the universe. The Popov, the sacred text of the Mayans, makes claims about the origins of the universe. All of these works, right? This is basically just what religion is. Religion is a system that claims that humanity has a particular purpose and that there is a divinity behind it. That's basically just the definition of religion. You could quibble, it's not super precise, but it's close enough, right? So basically what you're saying is Islam is true because it's a religion.
No. It's have wisdom inside. and the history of mankind, everything included. So
Okay, so let me ask you a different question then, right? So if a work has the history of mankind and wisdom, whatever, however that's defined, does that make it from God? If I go to my library and I check out the complete history of humankind and I read it, it's going to have a lot more information about the history of humanity. I bet it's going to have some good wisdom in it. Does that make it divine?
no, it doesn't claim those books doesn't claim to be divine. So why
So,
should I
so
tell
okay,
them
so
those
now
are
the
from divine?
criteria are it has to claim to be divine and do what any human being could do. Because you
Yeah.
just admit that a historian could write a book that meets your criteria, but the only problem is it doesn't claim to be divine. So now all we need is a historian who's so full of himself that he claims that he is God's prophet, and his history isn't just an academic study, it's revelation from God. And then it actually becomes the word of God, is what you're telling me. So do you agree with that statement?
You see, that what you have a Bible to claim it is from God. Nothing else you have. You don't have extra than what I have. Okay, you read the Bible and you
Why
conclude
are you trying to bring the
this
Bible
from
into this? I'm talking about a work
no,
that a
but
historian, a human being, writes a history of humanity. I guarantee it will have more details about the history of humanity than is found in your Quran. And this particular individual, let's just say he has a mental illness and he's deluded and he thinks that he is God and writes, I, the God of the universe, have created this history as his first lines. Those meet both your criteria. There's a claim to being divine and there's a detailed history of humanity. I understand why you're trying to talk about the Bible because you're very uncomfortable with answering that question because you know it meets the criteria you set up and you know it's not divine.
no,
So instead of changing the subject, how about you admit that your criteria are bad and then we can try some new criteria.
no, there is nothing else in the Quran, so I can give you other than its wisdom and the history and the final human destination. That's all it is there. There is nothing else to I can give you, and I don't
Okay,
think you
so
have anything. I don't think you
okay, thank
have
you.
anything
Thank you.
in Bible other than Bible.
I will talk about why I believe in the Bible in a minute. But
Okay.
I want you to acknowledge what you just said, that this is the only way you could determine that the Quran is true. And this is something that any human being pretending to be God could do. Because you essentially admit to both those facts. I'm
No,
not
no,
saying I'm not asking you to admit that the Quran is a human being pretending to be God. I'm asking you to admit that you can't tell whether it is or not by your own criteria.
no. My criteria is the wisdom and the history of mankind and make sense to me. That's why I said it is from God. There is a
So Said, have you read books written by human beings?
okay. The
Have you read
info.
books written by human beings?
What's that?
I want to try a different tactic. Have you read books written by human beings before?
I read some books.
Did you find some of those books to be good writing? Did you find them to be enjoyable to
Yeah,
read?
yes.
Did you say that some of those works, not necessarily all of them, but some of them contain some wisdom?
Okay, yes.
Okay. So now you've admit that human beings can write works with wisdom and that are enjoyable to read. And it should be abundantly obvious that a human being could claim, I am God, and then write the same things that they otherwise wrote, that you admitted a human being could write. So
Look,
again, you're admitting that it's impossible to tell whether the Quran is, by your own criteria, you're admitting it's impossible to know whether the Quran is a human being pretending to be God or is actually God, because human beings can possess wisdom, and God obviously possesses wisdom, and human beings can write well, and God obviously, at least hopefully, would write well. So you're admitting that you can't tell the difference between a good human work where the author, for whatever reason, claims to be God, and the Quran.
Anyone can. There are a lot of people claim to be God, but they could not explain why they created human being, how human being came about to be, and what is the end result of the human. It doesn't explain anything.
Okay,
So
how about this? I just explained something here. And according to you, if I fulfill these criteria, this must be, oh, let me begin.
You ready for me to
This
share your screen? Oh,
is from God. Here we go. I'll start with that. This is from God. Here we go. Go ahead and share my screen.
alrighty.
no, we cannot see.
Wait 1 second. I'll take a second.
Oh, hold on 1 second. Explain to Saeed what you're doing, because I got to restart this real quick.
So what I am doing is I am going to show you something that is from God, apparently, according to you. It has to be claimed to be from God. And it has to be from God if it explains how humans were made, what they're made for, the trajectory of humanity, and humanity's end. So here it is. This is from God. In the beginning, the great dog was God and was alone. He created the world from dog fur, and then he made the earth for a dwelling. On the earth, he made mankind from clay to be the intelligent friend and guide of the dog in the heavenly realms. They were in harmony at first, but when the man one day did not throw a stick, the dog ran away from the heavenly realms and became a fierce wolf. The great dog said, "Man, you must go and redeem the dog from the wolf." Since that time, men were sent out from the heavenly realms and pursued the wolf and tamed the wolf and bred the dog from the wolf. One day, the best trainer, Caesar Milan IV, will come, and the dog and man will be perfected, while the bad men and wolves will try to destroy them. The great dog will come and eat up the world and save Caesar and his dog, and the men who pursued their purpose would be resurrected to live with the dogs in the heavenly realms forever. So according to you, this has all of your requirements. So this is now sacred scripture.
This
can't be fabricated.
This is even a bad fiction. You do not even write a good fiction. This is very, very bad.
Why? Because it's your feelings?
No, it doesn't give any wisdom, and there is no good explanation.
It does give a reason. It clearly gives a reason. What is man made for, according to this?
How many people will believe in this one? Doesn't
matter.
That's irrelevant. So, Saeed, you're bringing in additional criteria. If you're ready to admit that your criteria are insufficient, we can look at additional criteria like how many people will believe it or something. But your criteria was that it must contain an origin story, it must give a purpose for humanity, and it must contain wisdom, whatever that means. This, I would suggest, does those things. Now, you can debate on the wisdom, but guess what? Mary could go to the next paragraph and she could write some stuff that literally everyone would agree is wise stuff, like, or at least, I shouldn't say literally everyone, because some people are weird, but you would agree is wise stuff. She could write like, it's very important to love your fellow man and treat each other well. And it's important to be aware of who your creator is and devote yourself to him and whatever else, right? She could write things that you would agree with, that you would call wisdom, in the next paragraph. So just because she hasn't done what you call wisdom yet doesn't mean that she can't.
I mean, a lot of this has a nicely Quranic rhythm here because we have lots of repetitions and lots of ands.
Okay. You gave us a criteria how to be a truth from the Bible is true from God. What is your criteria?
I will do that. I've done this in the past for you, but I will do that. But I want you to first follow your logic and admit you need additional criteria, or else it's just impossible to tell. And you can still believe that the Quran is the divine word of Allah, but that anyone else could believe something different, including believing in Mary's dog religion.
No, there is nothing else to prove Quran is from God. There is nothing else. The wisdom, and the history,
you told me that, right?
That's all it is there.
And all of that can be faked, as you've demonstrated. You're hesitant to say those words, but I think it's clear that to the audience that you understand that it can be faked, that someone could intentionally write something that meets your criteria and is in fact not from God. So now let me explain to you why I am a Christian and why my criteria are considerably different than your criteria. I will be brief, but I could go into much more detail. The reason I am a Christian is because Christianity is a history-based religion. You might be liking this part so far. It makes claims about historical reality. It makes claims about the purpose of humanity. It makes claims about the nature of humanity. It makes claims about historical events. And as the central claim of Christianity, it makes one very important historical claim, that Jesus Christ was crucified, died, and was buried, and then rose again on the third day. This claim can be put to the test by the historical method. Every academic, secular historian who does history follows something called the historical method. They have various criteria which they apply primarily to documents. That's what ancient history is primarily about, unless you're talking about pre-modern civilization, or not pre-modern, pre-civilization humanity, right, where they didn't have writing yet. Unless you're talking about that, which then it is mostly based on archaeology, obviously, history is primarily based on documents. And they analyze these documents. They know that they might contain errors, they might contain bias, they might not be perfect, but they analyze these documents, they provide historical reasoning to them, and this is how they determine all history. This is how we know that Caesar Augustus was the emperor of Rome. This is how we know that Alexander the Great conquered a large portion of the ancient world, and so on and so forth. Every claim about history we know from following this method. If we apply these same methods to the Gospels, not treating them as scripture, not a priori saying, I know this is from God because I have a nice feeling about it. If we apply these methods to the Gospels and we allow for the possibility that God exists, that miracles can happen. In other words, we don't prejudge our conclusion to be that all religion is false. Then the resurrection of Christ stands up to historical scrutiny. It's a factual event that actually took place. And then we say, well, what does this mean, right? What does this historical event mean? And the person who rose from the dead himself tells us what it means. He tells us that he came to die for our sins so that we can be in right relationship to God. If we get Jesus being God, correctly predicting the future, also he claimed to be God incarnate, right? So he claims to be God. He correctly predicts the future of his own death and resurrection, does what no human being could do. No human being can revive themselves from death. If we get Jesus by the historical method, then we get the rest of the Bible by consequence because Jesus affirms it. And if he is God and he's affirming it, then we know it to be true. So hopefully, I'm not saying you'll believe me instantaneously, but hopefully you can at least see the difference between what I'm saying and what you're saying. You're saying, I look at it, it has some historical information, I believe it. I'm saying, I look at it, it has some historical information, I put it to the test, I scrutinize it, I think deeply about it, I test it, and I come to the conclusion that the only possible explanation for what we have is that it's the truth.
Okay, you know, even if you explain good story, it still does not make Jesus is God. I can prove you. Okay.
It does if
Okay,
Jesus rose again.
pause.
If Jesus died and Jesus rose, Jesus is God.
No,
Yeah, you need to at least, okay, you just strawmanned me. You said that I explained Jesus' story, therefore he's God. That is not my argument whatsoever. So I'm not saying that you have to believe my argument, but can you at least state what my argument is? And hint, Mary just did it in one sentence.
No, what I claim about Quran is a
I don't care
history
what you
of
claim about the
mankind.
Quran. We're talking about the Bible now.
Okay,
Can you
okay,
explain what my argument is?
okay. You know, even if they make a good story, what you're saying, but it still does not make Jesus a God. I can
Can
explain to
you
you.
explain my
No,
argument to me?
no.
I'm not asking whether you believe it. What you're telling me is I don't believe it. That's great. I'm
No,
asking you to.
you have
When
no.
you get okay, Said, let me explain this to you. When you gave your long spiel about why you believe in the Quran, I summarized your position and asked you if I had stated it correctly. What I'm asking you to do is summarize my position to my satisfaction. This is the basic opening part of any honest debate and dialogue. You have to understand the other person's position. So prove you understand my position instead of telling me why I'm wrong. What is my position?
Yeah, your position is Jesus was a real, and he has witnesses, and he claimed to be God, or he showed the miracles, all those things. But if he claimed to be God, he failed people to make a belief. He failed Jew to make believe he's a God. Okay, if a God come to earth
No,
and
he
he
didn't.
still no
No, he didn't.
No, Saeed, did every person except, does every person in the world accept Muhammad as a messenger of God?
He's not a God. He's just a prophet.
I didn't ask if he
So
was God.
if he's a fail, even if he's a fail, he's just a
we
human
need
being.
to have some consistency. Okay, so first of all, you didn't accurately, you kind of half stated my position with words I didn't, and criteria I didn't bring in at all, which tells me you didn't really listen to anything I said, and you already knew what I was going to say, because you talked about doing miracles, you talked about witnesses, neither of which I mentioned.
Think, by the way, I think that Saeed just has racial arrogance. That's basically it.
No, well,
he is born, hang on, he's born from an Indian or Pakistani family.
Indian.
So, what?
Indian.
So he wants to show that the heritage that he believes is properly his is excellent, and create his own religion that is an ethno-nationalistic type of religion. Now, it isn't one in an aggressively negative way where everybody else is destroyed or whatever, but it is one where what his people historically believed, Hinduism and Islam, are somehow compatible together, because he can't abide the idea that for one thing to be right, another thing has to be wrong. My question is Brahman everything? Is everything Brahman?
No, I believe the Hindu worship a true God, but they misunderstood
No, they don't.
God.
So what is the fundamental Islamic, or excuse me, what is the fundamental Hindu belief about the nature of reality?
Like I said, look, all religion are true and all religion have been corrupted.
Oh,
okay?
Is that what? So who's the only person who knows the truth, Saeed?
Islam also corrupted. Okay, Islam is a true religion, but it's corrupted by man.
Who knows what's corrupted and what doesn't? What isn't? Who knows it?
Look, Allah gave us one religion, Islam, and we have many sects.
What is corrupted and what is not corrupted?
Jesus is a prophet, and you turn him to be God.
So Mary, let me rephrase your question because he didn't understand it.
Okay.
Saeed, let me ask you the question this way: do you know what's corrupted and what is true?
Yes, I know. Jesus, a human being, and you turn him to a God. That's the corruption.
Who else other than you knows this?
Many people knows about this.
Who else?
Even Christian know Jesus is a prophet.
Saeed. Let me explain what Mary's getting at. I'm sure that every belief you have is a belief that some other human beings have. By very nature, it would be virtually impossible to come up with a belief that no one else has. That isn't the question. The question was, who else believes the same group of things, not individual items, but the same collection of items? Can you point to other individuals who say that Islam and Christianity and Buddhism and Hinduism and Mormonism and the beliefs, basic animism, primitive tribal beliefs, and ancestor worship, and whatever else you can come up with? There's literally like 5,000 different religions in the world. Can you point to me to one other individual anywhere who says all of these things are partially true, and here is the list of things that are true, and their list will agree with yours.
Yeah, look, what I believe is
No,
the
we know
major.
what you believe. Who else believes everything that you believe?
Oh, okay. No,
Everything that you believe.
I think I'm the only one person who believe what I believe.
Thank you. So, Saeed, that
Yes.
makes you
No, I
the
make more
beginner
sense.
of a new religion and the starter
I
of a
make more
hang
sense
on.
than
So that
you
means
claim.
that everyone else is deluded except for you. You are the new prophet of a new religion.
No, I'm not a
Yes,
prophet.
because no one else knows.
One second, Mary, can you just be quiet? I want him to say that full sentence that he started, that he knows better or whatever. Can you tell us that sentence? I want to hear it.
Yeah, I know. I you see, it makes sense when a human being do good thing and believe in Creator.
No. The sentence started.
You believe. Look,
I know better, right?
Yeah, I know.
I know better.
And then Mary,
I make more sense.
sentence. I want to hear what you actually believe about yourself. So
I make more
know.
sense. I make more sense than you guys. I can tell. Even viewer here, they can tell I make more sense. I believe.
Saeed, I will ask the audience. Does Saeed make more sense than we do?
No.
Saeed is the one person to ever understand the mind and heart of God, except for every prophet whose teaching was totally misunderstood. They all agree secretly with Saeed, but it's just that nobody knows that. So, does it make sense that one guy sits down and goes, ha ha, I have realized that everyone, all of these prophets taught the same thing as I do, even though there is zero evidence of it, and no one believes this, and I'm the only one who believes what I believe. Really, all the prophets actually believe what I believe. Does that make sense? Or is it more logical? Do Thaddeus and I make more sense? Here we go. There is a poll going here. Saeed, what do you think people will say? Do you think that Saeed makes tons of sense here, that you are the only person in the history of the universe?
No. This is
except for every
your
single
audience.
prophet of who's teaching. There is no trace.
This is your audience. They're going to be saying it's you, but they're not
I
gonna
think
say.
that if I went to an Islamic audience, they'd still vote for me.
No. If they are fair, they're gonna say it's me who makes sense because I believe all religions are true and they are all are corrupted.
So you believe? Hang on.
Wait. That was a doozy there. I believe all religions are true and all religions are corrupted.
Yes.
You just said I believe all religions are true and all religions
are corrupted. And the only person with the keys to this corruption is Saeed. Saeed, do you not understand that you are digging a hole to hell? You are saying that you alone possess truth above every other human being that's ever lived. And you have truth about everyone and everything. You are so desperately, you are as bad as the false prophet who was here a second ago saying that there was secrets to be unveiled.
Look, Mary, look my
Saeed voted for Saeed, of course.
Look read my DP. Read my DP. All religions are corrupted and Islam too corrupted.
Who cares?
This is reality.
Yeah, look, hey, Saeed, you know who would agree with that statement?
Mohammad.
I don't think Muslim will agree that one. No,
Christian will agree. Did I say Muslims? I said who would agree with that? Mary's right, Mohammed, but we won't debate that. Atheists would say that as well. They'd say all religions are the corrupted thoughts of man.
But man has some truth, so.
Yeah. This is old document. Religion are very old, and human beings have been corrupted to religion. You have a thousand of denomination. So how can you say you are the truth? Nobody believe every denomination. Other denomination does not believe in your denomination. So there must be a corruption.
Sweetheart,
so Islam also has corruption.
Thaddeus and I are from the same denomination.
What?
Do you think that Thaddeus and I are from the same denomination?
No. You are different denomination. But
hey, Thaddeus, I think that you have truth. And that's not corrupted.
The
You have a
Catholic does
saving
not
faith.
believe in
You
you.
have a saving faith.
Catholic will tell
That is,
you
you
Mary,
think,
you are wrong
and
about the.
that your denomination as a whole teaches well and truthfully.
And Mary, unlike the chat, Mary actually does know what church I attend, and thus knows my denominational affiliation, even though I don't actually claim a denominational affiliation. That's not just an act, I really don't. But obviously I go to worship at a specific building, and thus an outsider would say I am affiliated with that, and I do like their teachings. And I can confirm it's not the same denomination that Mary attends. And yet, we both view each other as completely genuine, true Christians with no corruption in our religions. We might not agree on every single point, every single doctrinal point. We probably don't. I mean, we haven't discussed it in great detail. I don't know any off the top of my head, but we probably don't. We probably disagree on something. And guess what? That doesn't make us any different religion, because there are elements that constitute what the religion teaches, and there are additional points which are debatable, that different Christians can come to different conclusions, and that's acceptable. And this is not the same as saying that Islam and Christianity teach the same thing, basically, and that they just have some corruption in them. It's not remotely the same position. We believe, and every genuine Christian should affirm the same statement. I would suggest anyone who doesn't affirm this is not a Christian. We believe that Christ came in the flesh, that he was God incarnate, that he took the sins of the world upon himself, that he delivered us from our sin problem, which we cannot meet by our own merits, died on the cross, rose again on the third day, and when he rose, he imputed the Holy Spirit, or he gave the Holy Spirit, and by consequence imputed his righteousness on us. I do not think anyone who would disagree with one word that I just said is a Christian in any way. Not that they have a corrupted version of Christianity. They are not a Christian. They are following something different, regardless of what the label is.
Yep.
If one Christian says that the earth is 6,000 years old and another says that it's 6 billion or 6 million years old, no problem, right? That's not a doctrinal point for me. If one Christian says that we should practice infant baptism and another says that we should practice adolescent age of reason baptism, no problem. There's a difference in terminology, but they're practicing something slightly different. They both believe that ultimately the individual is responsible for their own salvation, that baptism doesn't magically save you. So no problem. If one Christian believes that we're predestined, that all of human history is predetermined, I have a lot of problems with that, but I don't think it takes them outside of the fold of Christianity. Free will is pretty essential to my personal theology, but I understand that a Calvinist, someone who believes in predestination, in other words, can have a conception of why people would still be responsible for their own sins, even if they're predetermined. I accept that. So it's not the same thing as me saying that, oh, Hindus believe in 100 million different gods. That's basically the same thing as being a Christian. There's just some minor differences along the way. It's not the same as me saying that Muslims are basically the same as Christians. They believe in Jesus after all. They claim his name. That's all that matters, is if you say the name Jesus. So we're basically the same. We just have some minor disagreements. No, they're not minor disagreements. There are things that are doctrinally important and there are things that are not. And if you agree on the things that are, then you believe the same thing. You could call yourselves part of the same religion, that is to say. If you don't believe those core doctrines, it doesn't matter how many other things you agree on. A Muslim and I could sit down and maybe we would agree on 100 out of 112 political agendas. Possible, right? That would be irrelevant to whether or not we follow the same religion. That is the criteria that we believe in. your criteria is I want everyone to be saved, therefore all religions are true, therefore they're all corrupted, therefore, or sorry, but they teach contradictory things, therefore they're all corrupted, therefore I, Saeed, have unlocked the great mystery and I make sense.
Oh, okay, Todd. If God came to earth, can he make human being believe in him?
Why would he do that?
No,
So
can
if he didn't
According
come
to
to
the
earth,
Quran, he
if
can.
God didn't come, so if God didn't come to earth, why would coming to earth have any relevance to it?
no,
Right?
no,
If God created human beings and he's all powerful, couldn't he force all human beings to believe with him, whether or not he came to earth? So why are you trying to bring the incarnation into that?
no,
By your logic, Jesus can't be God because not everyone believes in him. By applying that same logic, there is no God because not everyone believes in God.
if you cannot make me believe, if Jesus cannot make me believe Jew, how can you make Jew believe Jesus was a God? How can you do that? When Jesus himself failed to
I have
make
free
believe in
will.
him, he is
I
a
just
God.
told you free will is important. I can't force
Saeed,
anyone to do
sweetheart,
anything.
if God couldn't make Adam believe that he would die when he ate the apple, how can you make anyone believe anything? Do you realize how stupid that is?
I'm saying
God told, yeah, of course it just says fruit, but God told Adam and Eve that they could not eat of the fruit of the tree of good and evil. What did they do?
Yeah, they eat. Okay.
Okay, so was God unable to convince them of this?
No.
Is that what happened? God was
no.
too weak to convince them.
Well, they use their free will, and so they were curious about the apple. Why
Okay, so they used their free will. So whenever Jesus came, whenever God incarnated on earth and fulfilled prophecies in a way that people didn't like and didn't want, they believed that there would be a Davidic king. They believed that there would be a divine king. They believed that there would be a suffering Messiah who would die. They believed all of these things. Even though that they were contradictory, they believed all of these things because they were found in their texts. What they did not want to believe in is a Messiah who would come and wouldn't kill all the Romans. So when he came, if they did not believe in him, was it because he was too weak to do so? Just as, again, this would be a parallel. If God was too weak to convince everyone that he came, then God was too weak to convince them not to eat the apple. You can't have both.
Okay. But my story about the Jesus, why Jew hated Jesus, you don't know why Jesus.
Yes, we do. Saeed, you don't know because you are incredibly historically ignorant.
Just told
Saeed,
you
I
why
just told
some
you.
Jews rejected Jesus.
No.
And it's only some, it's not all. All of Adam and Eve, right? All of humanity at the time rejected God. And you're telling me that Christianity can't be true because some Jews rejected Jesus?
The vast majority of the Jews in exile who were already in the Roman-controlled lands, who were not in exile then, but into the dispersion. There had been an earlier dispersion, and those who were in the dispersion in Roman lands, the vast majority of them stayed Jews and then turned into rabbinical Jews and rejected the Messiah and revised their religion? Or did they stay Jews who recognized their Messiah? What happened to the Jews of the dispersion, the vast majority?
No.
He doesn't know, of course.
No, he doesn't.
Look, I would tell you.
Got a question for you. What is Beta Israel?
The Beta? What's
Beta
that?
Israel.
What's that? No, I could not hear you.
See, you don't know. You literally don't know. So you're talking about things you don't know about.
No, but
there is one group of Jews of that entire territory who were historically anciently Jewish, not more recent revivals, who largely, though not entirely, rejected the Messiah, whereas the vast, vast majority of Jews living in the Roman Empire ended up realizing what the truth was. Now, why would it be that that even people who had held out for a long time are like, no, I don't like that. I don't like that. Why would it be that they would eventually accept Christ? What happened in 70 AD? Since you know everything about history and you want to argue from the Jews, let's argue from the Jews. What happened in AD 70 that was important to the Jews?
1870.
AD, 70 AD.
Oh, okay.
What happened
Look,
then?
look. I explained to you why Jew
No,
hated
answer my
Jesus.
question. What happened then? If you don't know what happened in
You don't-
70
you don't-
AD, you know nothing about Judaism or the history of the
No,
Jews.
no.
And you need to go and look it up. And
literally-
when we talk again, you need to be able to tell me what happened in 70 AD that
Look,
was
I
very, very
don't
important
know.
to the history of the Jews and their faith.
I don't know all those things.
Okay, he
We'll
doesn't
talk
know.
to you
So,
later.
yeah. So, Mary, I want him to say he's desperate to tell us why the Jews hated Jesus.
Yes,
Let
yes.
us say that, and then we'll say good night.
Okay. I will tell you why Jew hated Jesus. Jew first hated his mother Mary.
No, they didn't.
No.
Mary,
This
Mary,
is
don't dispute him. I want to
this
just end it. So just let him.
Yeah.
have his say.
This is my story. Jew hated first Mary because she able to pray in the Temple Mount. Okay, no woman allow in Temple Mount temple to pray in the temple. But the high priest, he allowed Mary when she was a little baby. She pray in the temple because high priest allow her to pray. So all the Jew begin to hate her because she was the first woman allowed enter that temple. So the Jew hated Mary. So Jesus also get inherent the hate of Jew from the Mary. Okay, when Jesus born, they call him outside wedlock. He get pregnant by
The word
the
is bastard.
listen to they accuse her. She has sex with the Roman Empire Roman soldier. So this is the Jew accuse her, okay, because she said I am pregnant without the father, okay. So they do not believe her and they accuse her. She has son by the Roman soldier. So when Jesus grew up, they rejected him. Jesus already they rejected his mother Mary, and when Jesus grew up, they also rejected the Jesus because based on they hated his mother. So then they rejected Jesus because of Mary. Okay, so he showed miracle
Goodbye,
everything.
Saeed. AD 70. You need to come back next time and tell us why that's significant rather than making things up from, by the way, from your own woven, made up sources from things that were made up hundreds of years later, that were invented.
This
there
is
were bits
not
and pieces of things
Saeed,
invented
you're
hundreds
done.
of years later. We're talking about actual real history, not imaginary history that Saeed thinks is real. So Saeed, you need to tell me what is important about AD 70 in Jewish history next time you come.
Okay.
Rather than
all right. So that's your homework.
imaginary history.
Yep. That's your homework. You need to prove that you're actually interested in the facts. And I accidentally just unplugged my lamp, so you get the rest of it with me half lit, one side of my face.
Oops.
Yeah, I did accidentally just kick the plug with my foot, and I'm not going to bother fixing it. So that's that. Thank you for joining us today, Saeed. I hope you take that homework and take it seriously. All right, so we'll finish up here. Just have a few super chats and such. I do want to say that even if, of course, everything Saeed said is fantasy, right? It has no bearing in reality. It doesn't really even have much bearing in Islamic theology. But even if everything he said was true, That would have no relevance to the argument of whether Jesus was God or not, right?
No, it has zero relevance whatsoever. Nor would it like, oh, the first woman to ever pray in the temple. Oh, come
Yeah,
on.
let's say, for the sake of argument, that the reason the Jews rejected Jesus is because they didn't like Mary for some reason, whether Saeed's reason or some other reason. So what? How would that mean that Jesus isn't God? If God becomes incarnate and is born to a woman, does that mean that everyone has to like his mother? I don't see how this follows logically. All right. That said, let me read a couple of these comments. I'll do this quickly. Oh, yeah, we did that earlier. The guess. A super chat from Jack Ray.
If you
frequently say it, Allah will pay off your debts. And he said apples. Well, you're certainly paying off all my debts with all of your donations. So thank you for that, Jack Ray. Mark says, all teasing aside, let's all pray for the Islamic hordes to become saved and escape hell. Amen, amen, and amen to that. That's why we're here. I hope people are entertained. I hope people enjoy these shows. But what we're really here for is for, as it says, the Islamic hordes to be saved. Please, please consider talking to Muslims you know, right? The gospel is not spread by YouTube videos. I'm not saying no one ever comes to faith by YouTube videos. The gospel is not spread by large rallies. I'm not saying no one ever comes to faith that way. The way the gospel is spread 95 times out of 100 is individuals having conversations with individuals who they already have a relationship with and who will listen to them. So please ask the audience to do that. And if you don't have any Muslims in your life, then meet one. It's not hard, right? You can figure out where the nearest mosque is, even in a country like the United States, where less than 0.5% of the population is Muslim. It's not hard to find a mosque within driving distance. Go there, start asking questions, befriend someone. And Artemis is done, apparently. She's getting up, making my job difficult here because she blocks my monitor. And in this case, turned it off as well and wrenching me out.
That'll make it easy to turn off the stream. Can't even turn it off. You'll just have to like pull the plug suddenly. No, okay.
Turned it back on.
And unfortunately, yeah, I think that Saeed is one of those who wants to be deceived. There are people who desperately want to be deceived. So yeah, I was wondering why I hadn't seen Wesley around, but there we go.
Yep, I covered that earlier. Someone said, I think I put up on the screen when it was said, but said Saeed is definitely his own God with a small g, and I agree with that. Right? I mean, that's what it's really about. He says that he loves everyone and he believes in some sort of universalism, and I'm sure that's partially true, but it's true because it allows him to justify what he actually revealed today. You know, he revealed today that what he believes is that he knows better than other people. He makes more sense than other people. He has come to know the truth and others haven't. In other words, he's made himself the arbiter of truth. He's made himself God. And that's the reality of the situation. He wants that. He wants to be the judge of what's right and wrong because he wants to reject a lot of things that Islam teaches. The reason he calls himself a Muslim, and comment on that here in a second, but the reason he calls himself a Muslim is because he was born into that. If he was born a Hindu, he'd probably believe the exact same things, and he'd say, I'm a true Hindu. If he was born a Christian, he'd probably believe the exact same things and would say, I'm a true Christian, right? He's not really about Islam at all. He's influenced by it, but it's not ultimately the arbiter. And then
there is a little bit there that is uniquely Islamic, though. And the portions that are uniquely Islamic is his belief that there had to be prophets for everybody. So where are the prophets of the Hindus? Where are the prophets of the Indians? Where are the prophets of the Chinese? Oh, they really did have prophets. All of this was their prophecy. It just got corrupted. So his, in some ways, is more authentic Islam, but it immediately makes you into a heretic, because they're actually being a kind of, the prophets there that can be at all named or recognized in any way, immediately shows that Islam is full of nonsense. So you have to then go, well, Islam itself is also corrupted. So we went, Islam is true, therefore all of these prophets existed. Wait, they don't actually say what Islam says they'll say. Well, everybody's corrected, including Islam itself, because of some issues.
Yes, to be clear, some of his specific beliefs are definitely Islamic, right? I said it had influence on him. So when I said that he believed the same thing if he was born a Christian, that's not quite true. He would have different particular beliefs, but the big picture, right, would be the same, where he'd say all religions are true, all religions are corrupt, I know what's right, no one else does. That kind of thing would still be true. And Rachel makes a good point here. She said that he's not Muslim identifying, listening closely. And I actually think this is a change. The last times we've talked with Saeed, he definitely is much less affirming his Islamic heritage than he was. Now, I think that he was probably fairly universalistic when he first came. However, I think that progress has been made in at least that he's come to realize that other religions aren't actually corrupted versions of Islam, because Islam is also disgusting and teaches immoral things and so forth. So I think we have actually made some progress, as difficult as it has been. Marion asked why he has such confidence in the Jews. If I wanted to continue the conversation, I would ask him that, because he seems to think that the Jews are infallible, right? Because some Jews rejected Jesus, and some Jews in the Talmud hundreds of years later made up a story about Mary being impregnated by a Roman soldier that other Jews in the Talmud disaffirm, and may not even be the same Jesus. It might be some other Jesus, right? Because it's a very common name. Therefore, all Jews know that Christianity's false. I don't know. I can't even make an argument on it. Sorry. Andrew Martin said, a Muslim suggested why is Islam is the truth by Riyadh for us to laugh at. I assume they suggest it as a good video to show the truth of Islam. So I'll definitely look into that. It sounds like a good thing to react to. Days of Elijah said, how do I make the ghost go across the screen? Sorry, way off topic, but you used the Apple pseudo super chat. So I definitely will answer your question. It's actually a jinn, and you trigger it by typing jinn into the chat. You can spell it several different ways, and they will all work. So I'm suspecting a lot of people are going to suddenly type jinn. We'll see. This is a really good one here from Crockaloo. Since there's a meme about saying things are literally genocide, he said the Quran is literary genocide, which I think we can all agree that it definitely kills good literature.
So someone else made a good point just now. Sailor Gold says that what do you say about Islam is so confusing? Why? Because you get confused if you start using critical thinking when reading the Quran. And then he said, I made the wrong choice since I saw what I wanted to see and jumped over some words in my bias. That's why I couldn't understand what I read. And I would say that actually, like, every time I think, like, the Quran is so much worse than I thought it was. Like, if I don't read it with the tafsir with me, it's always the worst possible interpretation. Like, for example, if you fear uppityness from men, what should women do? And then make a settlement between them and all the rest of this. So and then at the end it says, and then there's something about hard-heartedness or selfishness or whatever. I assumed that it's saying women need to accommodate men, but some men just won't be accommodated because they're so selfish. No, it's actually saying that a woman who won't give up all her rights is selfish. Or, you might be inclined to read the sun setting in the muddy pool of water in a generous way, as if it's phenomenological, but it's not. It's literal. In the hadith, it's very clear that this is a literal thing. You might read things as poetic until you realize, and I kept on going after Thaddeus about this, because Thaddeus kept reading things as poetic that aren't poetic. When when Allah wants to make a metaphor, he says it. He says, and here I give you an example or a metaphor, a likeness. I make a likeness for you. And if it says it's a likeness, that's a metaphor. If it does not say that it is a likeness, it is literal. And that's part of the clarity of the Quran. But in generosity, or just being used to other literature that isn't this way, we read things as metaphorical that aren't. Allah's two hands are clearly literal in the Quran, because the way that Adam is made by Allah's two hands is different than the way that anything else is made. Other things are not made with Allah's two hands. Adam is unique that he is made with Allah's two hands. Nothing else is. What are the two hands? What makes that unique? So there are all these kinds of things that you gloss over, don't pay attention to the contradictions about where Adam is and where Satan is at various times. How can they be at the same place at the same time? Is Jannah on earth or is it heaven? Like, it's all contradictory, and you gloss over it when you read it until you pay attention. And it's really, really takes a lot of, because you try to make sense of things. It's like just the mind tries to see patterns where there aren't any. But yeah, a lot of times, if you read a text, you'll read what you want to read or what seems to make sense, not what is literally there. And when you realize what's literally there, you're like, I cannot believe that this is so stupid. And that is
actually
over and over again.
Let me just provide a great example of that, because it happened earlier in the stream, or well, technically before it started. I talked about abrogation because I joked about abrogating the starting time, and then I copied the verse to paste it. I'm like, wait a minute, I never realized this. Allah doesn't actually say he's going to bring something better. He says he might bring something better, which is not the same as he will bring something better. He says, I will bring something better or something similar. And similar could be actually a little bit worse, right? It doesn't have to be better. It just has to be similar. Or it could just be completely, on the same level, just like where it's a neutral thing. Like you have to pray 5 times a day. Nah, I abrogate that. And, you have to pray 3 times a day. It's not better. It's not worse. It's just different. It's similar, but it's not better. Weird stuff, right? Because you'd assume that at least Allah would claim that he's bringing something better, but he doesn't even claim that. He just says it's something similar. How and then now go back to the first half of the verse, and it says, I abrogate or cause to be forgot. They're different. They're not the same thing. That's what he's literally saying. In other words, could this be more obvious that this is a human being who actually forgot some stuff, and now he's bringing something different and is afraid people might notice that it's different, and thus he makes up this excuse? Could it be more obvious? And yet I'd never seen that, right? I'd never seen that exact connection. Like, obviously I knew about abrogation, and I obviously quoted the verse before, but I never saw that exact connection of how obvious it is from a human being who forgot something.
Yep. Yeah. And there's just so much about that. And that's why I'm really looking forward to going through things, the Quran, and what I believe to be, based on lots of research that other people have done, not just me, the actual literal order of the Quran, together with the events that are happening in Muhammad's life at this time. Like, what's the context for this? What's going on here? And we are making some biscuits here in Thaddeus's lap.
Yes. All right, let's get through the rest of these super chats from Descripture Plug Albert.
If you want your wealth to increase in
this dunya, then you need to give sadaqah more and more. He says, God bless, brother and sister. Thank you both for what you do. And thank you for also serving the Lord on your channel. Check that out, everyone. Ethan triggered the apple. Not interested, says, studying this redacted book of peace can be hazardous to your health. Well, your mental health, anyway. Oh, I guess maybe your physical health as well, if you live in Islamic society and you study it, and then you realize it's false, and then you're in big trouble. So, yeah, it can definitely be hazardous to your health. Super chat from Jack Ray.
Brothers and sisters, why to lose?
Why to lose, Jack Ray? He says, LOL. I don't know what he was laughing at, but thank you for the donation there. Masi Muslim says, having cats and dog pics while discussing religious matters is not a good reflection of your seriousness to do with mankind's salvation, which should be the aim of a true church. I assume this comment is genuine, and thus I will provide a genuine answer to it. This isn't a church. We're not providing worship here. There are many different ways where you can spread a message, and one of those ways is through entertainment, and thus we are partially providing entertainment here. And there's zero harm whatsoever in having my cat on the stream. It's not going to cause anyone to not take me seriously. Now, if I was a priest and I was giving a sermon with a cat on my head, maybe people wouldn't take me that seriously, but that's not remotely the situation here. And thus, if people like it, which I get lots of feedback that people do, why not do it? That's my thoughts on that. Nicodemus asked an off-topic question, but he waited till the end here, so I'll get your thoughts on this real quickly. Mary, LOL, since you can't do quick. He said, so did Muhammad invent Gog and Magog? If not, how was it perverted?
Okay, well, there is Gog and Magog who are used in a metaphorical sense in Revelation. A lot of this stuff is visionary, metaphorical. Obviously, Gog was a particular king. Magog is a reference to, now I'm going blank on what the tribe was. Anyway, a northern tribe who actually was above the Caspian Sea. They're not the same. They're not the same. The king was not of the people, and they weren't the same together. They were kind of viewed in an apocalyptic sense already by tradition, and that was adopted into the symbolism of Revelation. From that point, Gog and Magog kind of developed this legendary system behind them and their beliefs and everything. And so it was existing, especially Jewish beliefs. They actually believed that Magog may have been Jews who were beyond the mountains, who would come in and kill everyone and rescue them and that sort of stuff, while people with a Christian background use this in their story. Again, legend. This is legendary material. It's not scriptural. Nobody thought it was scriptural at the time. It's just stories people tell, legends, like the Arthurian legends type of thing, right? The story of Alexander the Great, whenever he becomes this legendary pretend figure. And so all of this material with Gog and Magog in these extremely legendary abstracted forms with little to no connection to their actual historical or later biblical symbolic figures became imported into Islam. It is almost identical to the form in the late Alexandrian cycle legend, with Gog and Magog behind a wall, being built behind a wall and all of that, almost literally picked up and just plopped into Islam because Mohammad heard a story, and when the Jews challenged him to tell them about Dhul Qarnayn, he went, sure, I'll tell you, and just spewed out this Christian legend that he knew about. Now, do keep in mind that the Jews at the time would have rejected that immediately as false, because they did have Alexander the Great as a very, very different figure in their Talmud, which again, they believe that the Talmud is accurate and true, so they would not have believed that he was any sort of early Christian-y figure or anything like that.
All right, that was actually reasonably brief, so thank you for that. So Epic Storm Gaming asked for people to come debate him on Discord. I'm a Muslim and would like to debate you guys who are criticizing my religion hard. And then he said that he couldn't debate he could only debate in written form, which I think is an acceptable answer. It's not a very productive use of my time, no offense. to talk to one person where I have to take 5 minutes to write up a comment, and then they may or may not even read it and take it seriously. So I will decline your invitation to debate in text, but if others are interested in that, I encourage you to talk with Epic Storm Gaming.
So I asked Epic Storm Gaming whether or not he believed that, and he wouldn't answer me. By the way, I am Too Many Marys on the stream, and I asked him whether or not he believed that the illustrators of all those games that he likes playing are going to be in hellfire. I mean, he has an image there with a head on it in his actual bio. So he is committing a major sin according to Mohammad. Does he actually believe that Mohammad is accurate about that?
Ooh.
Oh, look at that. We finally got a good non-distorted. Oh, well, I guess it's just the one from before. It's not the robot stuff.
Yes. I accidentally started the audio on that. I don't think the audience heard it, but Mary did, so she accidentally heard the video audio again. Cat is replying. Yes, definitely. All right, we're just about to wrap up here. A couple comments about cats and being taken seriously. Dreadbone says cats don't take anyone seriously. And Days of Elijah says, I won't let the cat challenge my fate. JBox12 says, Mary's the kind of person I pay to do my essays. LOL. Well, don't do that. That's cheating.
And I'm the kind of person who would not do them. Sorry.
And I believe that 100%. That Mary would not do your essay if you paid for it. I was pretty impressed, though. Side note, but I'll say it anyway. I was pretty impressed how quickly Mary wrote up that opening paragraph, or probably more like 2 paragraphs really, of a novel, let's just say, about the dog God.
I even had time to edit it. I wasn't trying very hard because I was also listening to you. So this is not the low quality of my actual writing. I was trying to do it in a particular style, but yeah.
I was impressed at how quickly you whipped that together, right? You can tell you're a professional writer. You didn't really have to think about it. You just started writing. I'm not saying you wouldn't write better if you had time to think about it. Oh yeah, I already got that one. Carol B says, I bet Saeed's wife wears full niqab, not because she's religious, but that she doesn't want anyone to see her face because she's embarrassed by being married to Saeed. Zane here, I don't know what Epic said, but he says, no, you are to praise Muhammad. But he actually did that wrong. It's praise to Muhammad. Because remember, hijab, right after he got caught accidentally admitting that Allah prays for Muhammad, not to him. Mm-hmm. Well, then later he's tried to say, no, I said praise, except he didn't actually say pray at all. He just said, David said that he prays to Allah, but there's a difference between 2 and 4 in the Arabic. I knew I was going to have to give him an Arabic lesson. It's not 2, it's 4. He didn't say anything about praise. But if he did, it would be Allah prays for Muhammad, which is not actually a sentence. And would not really be any better if Allah is praising Muhammad. Adam Seeker in the chat. Welcome, Adam. Good to see you here. I do want to take up your offer to come on your channel.
I keep forgetting. I've been I was driving 5 hours this last Monday, and the Monday before that, it was just as insane. But I will be checking. I really will be trying. I've just been, I sent Thaddeus an hour by hour, blow by day yesterday because it was extremely hectic. And he could attest to how insane that day was.
Hankaroo says Mary just plagiarizes essays from the Quran because that's how she's able to create a surah like it so quickly, is because she's just plagiarizing the Quran. Now the truth comes out. The truth comes out, everyone. Several people said this is a good stream, so thank you very much for your praise there. Not your praying, your praise. Oh, and this was in reference to the cats. Hinker said fun-based learning / education. Yep, that's what we're aiming for here. Super chat from Appy Frenzy.
If you want your wealth to increase,
if you want your wealth to increase, then be sure to donate money, because that works very well to increase your wealth. Happy Frenzy says, God bless you and Mary for all this work about this great book. In Arabic, it's even more stupid. And I'm sure that's true, right? Again, not an expert in Arabic, but there's a reason the translators are adding brackets. And that's because they don't think the Arabic is clear as to what it means, and they have to tell you what it means. Because if you just read it and you were a native speaker in Arabic and you didn't know what it was about, you couldn't figure it out because Allah is an idiot who constantly changes what he's talking about with no indication of that in the text. Masi Muslim says, if the Muslims you know are loving your cats, be on alert. They will soon be giving you dawah. Well, I'm glad. If Muslims come here and they like the cats, great. I would love for them to try to give me dawah. This is what I want. I want Muslims to come and give me dawah so that I can refute them and destroy them and lead them out of Islam by destroying their dawah. So more the merrier. Jeshurun says, Christian pastor saying Quran is from God is a very Masonic statement. And J-Box said that pastor got his pastorship from Temu. Sorry, I would have corrected the typo there, but I didn't realize there was one. And again, the reality is there is no pastor, right? I put Christian pastor says, and because that's what the video said. The video said a Christian pastor said that, but the story's made up. It never happened. There's nothing wrong with the pastor who said that, because no pastor ever said that. It was just a Muslim claiming that a pastor said that. If a pastor actually thought that, don't you think he would convert to Islam and not just be telling Muslims, oh, you obviously have the word of God. Now I'm going to go back to being a pastor. Not interested said Saeed way better than most people out there, which is true. From a human perspective, very important clarification, from a human perspective, I'm sure Saeed is a very nice, decent guy who adheres to a lot of the same moral principles I do. In God's eyes, all are worthy of judgment, all have sinned, all fall short of the grace of God. And if you're not being viewed with the imputed righteousness of Jesus, if you haven't had your sins taken away by the work on the cross, then you are not one of the better people out there by any means. You are worthy of condemnation, whether you have murdered 20 people or you once lied to your mother. Andrew Martin said, oh, we got that. I just saved it because I wanted to write it down at the end. Super chat from Jack.
O son of Adam, spend. I will spend on you.
No excuses. Your rent might be going, or sorry, the prices might be going up. The rand might be going down. Those are just excuses. You give and you watch what Allah does. And Jack Ray asks who ate the apple, which is clearly Mufti Mink. He ate all the apple, and then he got other people to buy him more apples, and then he ate all those apples, and then he grew his ministry until where he has so many apples that he couldn't possibly eat them all, but that doesn't stop him from asking for more. Finally, Too Many Mary says to check out Al's new video after this one. I watched that earlier today. It is excellent. I encourage people to check it out. Follow up to her previous video claiming that, or previous several videos, first saying that Ali Dawah is apostate by the criteria of the Quran, then saying he's actually a Christian by the criteria of the Quran, and now showing that even his Muslim friends who normally condemn people like, say, Andrew Tate for not following Islam properly, saying that you're not allowed to be friends with even Muslims who say you're not allowed to be friends with Jews and Christians, are also hypocrites and thus also apostates. So check that out. I watched it earlier, enjoyed it. Very good video. And I did grab a link to that, which I will post in the chat now. Any last thoughts from you, Mary?
Nope, I'm waiting for Epic Storm Gaming to email me. And he does not seem to want to for some reason, because I would like to talk to him. So,
All right.
them to email me.
So Epic Storm Gaming did make a request of me, which was alluded to earlier by Andrew, but now I have it from the source himself, apparently, that he says, I would like reasoned answers to debunk a video titled Why Islam is the Truth by Rayad. And don't tell me you have done it before. I have checked. No, I wouldn't tell you I'd done it before. Why would I lie? Why would I? Okay, if I was going to lie, why in the world would I lie about something that is so easily checked and say I have debunked?
I mean, Mohammad did, so why wouldn't you? Right?
I have not heard of this video. Right? I have not seen this video. But next time we do a reaction stream, I promise you, Epic Storm Gaming, that I will react to this video. The next time Mary and I do one of these where she doesn't have time to prepare a teaching, we'll react to that exact video. This is how confident I am, right? I have not watched it. I don't know what's in it. In theory, if it was like some great video, I could be embarrassed by showing it to my channel and not having responses to it. I won't even pre-watch it. I will just answer it live. Because I've watched plenty of these videos. As far as I know, I haven't watched this exact video, but I've watched plenty of these and they never have new arguments. It's always the same old crap. And in the rare instances they do have something new, it's so hilarious.
Oh, this is going to be
my head
excellent.
off.
This is perfect. I love it. I'm looking at the titles now. Ah! I love it. No, I absolutely want to react to this. It's going to be excellent and hilarious. So, Epic Storm, email me, okay? And I will also email you and make sure you're there when we are covering it, because
Yes,
it's
please.
particularly hilarious. I love it.
And you don't have to call in. You don't have to be on video. You don't have to be even on voice. Just be here, be in the comments, and be responding to us as we're going through it. And I would love that. That would be awesome. So I suggest you subscribe to the channel so you set your notifications so that you get a notification when it happens. I'm not asking you to watch any of my other content. I'm not asking you to stay subscribed to the channel. I just want you to subscribe long enough so that you can see our reaction to the video that you requested. That's all I ask of you. Or even better, email Mary. She gave you her email address. My email address is in the video description. Email me. And all my response will be is in the email. Well, first I'll acknowledge, or Mary will acknowledge, whichever you email. We'll acknowledge we got it. And then our next email to you will be, we're ready to do that stream. It'll be on this day and time. I hope you're there. That's it. No risk.
Yep. And I will be going quite a bit. I'll have a lot more skips for the weeks because I'm going to have to do a massive amount of translation for these next ones, which is always extremely time consuming. So I will be doing quite a few more reaction things going forward because the other stuff was easier. So no,
it is easier. I mean, I haven't watched this video. Maybe it is. I have no reason to believe it's not. It's disrespectful.
Oh, of course, it's
most Muslims are
respectful to Islam. It's why Islam is true. Oh,
I mean,
there's a God, so the God's Allah. God's oneness, which is hilarious because do you know what Tawheed means? Epic Storm Gaming. I don't think you know Arabic, so you can tell me what Tawheed means. We will do it on a live, dude. Just not right now.
Yep. Yeah. We've been going 5 hours. Well, a little bit less since we started late, but basically 5 hours. Not going to do it today, but we will react to this stream. I'm sure it's respectful. I mean, I have no reason to believe it wouldn't be respectful. If someone's arguing for the truth of their religion and being disrespectful, that's really bizarre because they're only talking about their own religion in theory. I wouldn't expect someone to be like, Islam is the truth because Christians worship Jesus and he's a man. I would expect someone to say Islam is true because something Islam teaches. I wouldn't expect a Christian to say Christianity is the truth because Islam's false. Those are both true statements, but they're not connected to each other logically. Islam could be false and Christianity could be false. So when I argue for the truth of Christianity, I'm very respectful because I'm only talking about Christianity. Why would I be disrespectful? So I'm sure it's very respectful. Logical? Well, we'll see.
Yeah.
We'll see about that part.
So anyway, I am going to have I'm going to have guests here in a bit. So during that time, I'll probably
Yep. That
do
was
a
the last
review.
comment. So just me saying some closing words here. Thank you all for joining us today. We had a lot of fun. I hope you enjoyed this video. I hope this is the second one of these reaction streams. I hope they're proving to be beneficial and enjoyable. We'll get back to some hard teaching next week, I believe, but we'll play it by ear. I was going to say I have a date for Saturday now, but Ultimate Truth already chickened out on me.
He wasn't going to show up anyway.
I know, but I'll go back to my original plan then. No problem whatsoever. So I asked a poll what you guys wanted me to react to. The number one option far and away was my comments on the 100 Reasons Why Islam is False video. No reason to have a guest on for that one, so I'll do that as a solo stream this weekend. I'll be on John Newton's channel on Thursday discussing whether some of the characters in the Dune series of novels and movies and franchise in general are Muslims. So that should be very interesting. That's all I know about it, but I'll of course post a link to that on my chat. Bible study on Friday, reaction stream most likely Saturday, maybe Sunday, and back next Tuesday for Muhammad's demon encounter in the cave. Till we meet again, God bless everyone. I hope you have an amazing day. And always remember to ask, who ate the apple?
O son of Adam,